covering yesterday, and I wonder if it would help if we...
Yeah, so I think one of the main themes that sort of struck the two of us as we were having this discussion, and I think it really plays out in some of the things that are captured here, is the notion of power and powerlessness. And I think if we think about the idea of powerlessness, and I see that one of the biggest things is actually community engagement, is the relative powerlessness of individuals and communities who might actually be shut out of this process because communities are either considered to be ignorant, and then if they don't understand or if there's pushback, they then are just left out of the process. And what does it actually mean to engage and empower a community to embrace and to be part of this process in a meaningful way?
Yeah, and then it's probably easier to start the mess. There we go. So kind of leading on from that, we started to think about what it was within the kind of AI research space, kind of where maybe the power is sitting and where that's held. And we kind of broke that down into a few areas that stood out to us yesterday. So one being that the AI itself, or the algorithms, and the kind of power of those, particularly when we are highlighting the kind of black box nature and the kind of opaqueness of what's going on within that, and how that in itself holds power. And similarly, how that seems to lead the research process a lot of the time. So the kind of allure almost of AI as a solution, rather than potentially some of the broader considerations, particularly in a global health space, maybe around meeting public health needs, and thinking about kind of what should be driving some of the research, as well as was just highlighted, local community sentiment or interests, and how they play out. Also, the power of data, and the kind of drive, I guess, to somehow utilize this data in kind of meaningful ways, and what necessarily that means, and what we're doing in that process, and how we engage with that. And how, again, once we translate that data into uses through AI, through algorithms, through machine learning, through deep learning, we are then shutting out our ability to scrutinize and to be transparent, which were things that came up repeatedly that are important characteristics of ethical research. Also, kind of marveling through the sessions yesterday, and perhaps something that wasn't addressed as explicitly, is the power of institutions, the power of private big data, and the power that they hold in particular in this area, and the way in which that is being negotiated in research relationships as well as in governance frameworks. And then finally, the power of high-income countries, which perhaps relates to some of the big tech power, but in setting both research priorities and kind of driving a lot of this agenda, as well as in shaping the ethical discourse and the way in which that's being framed, the sort of position from which we're starting from when we're thinking about ethics. And that's something that we're going to unpack a little bit more in some of the sessions today, so it'll be interesting to see where that discussion takes us.
Yeah. And I think having, thought about the issues of power and powerlessness, that there are these, big sort of tensions between where power lies, who is driving the research, who should be driving the research, the agendas, the powerlessness maybe of individuals and communities, perhaps even the relative powerlessness of researchers. So what are researchers being asked to do? What are researchers able to do? What are the incentives available for researchers to be able to negotiate these spaces? And even, if researchers are being sort of asked to navigate these ethical spaces on their own, are they in a position to do so? What are the incentives? Should funders be stepping into this space to actually incentivize the ethical discussions that need to take place, the genuine community engagement, or the sort of the commitment to transparency? How do we actually embed that and empower researchers to be in a position, or is it even the job of researchers to do this? So I think that's a really interesting discussion that we also had. And following from that, I think we also saw quite a lot of discussion about possible solutions. how do we actually meet these challenges? And one of the things that struck us was that there seemed to be a great deal of hope that governance and regulatory frameworks would be able to step in as solutions, that the law could come in and manage some of these power structures, manage the idea of how you share data, who owns data. And I think we think, and this is probably a fantastic point, to go into today's discussions into regulatory and governance structures is this even achievable? Can the law achieve this? And how do you actually achieve this? And so I think there was a great deal of hope in the regulatory and governance process, but not so much actual engagement with how and whether it's even possible, and whether that hope in this process is misplaced, and we should be looking for solutions beyond the very traditional legislative and governance frameworks.
And I think that also was reflected in a number of, certainly in our breakout group, one of the big things that came out was the role of the research ethics committees as well as kind of one of the structures that we're talking about, and the intention or hope that they could be trained and sort of develop capacity in order to support activities that are happening in this area. And again, I think a little bit of perhaps looking at the challenges with some of that approach. Certainly something that came up, again, kind of going back to Effie's talk yesterday, is the clarity of what we're talking about and the understanding of exactly what this research entails, what it means, and an ability to scrutinize that in a meaningful way. And similarly, just looking at the structural issues that research ethics committees face in terms of the volume of research that they are assessing and whether they have that technical expertise. And then a final solution, and full disclosure here, social scientist, so we had to make sure this came in, was around the reflexivity of researchers themselves. So the extent to which we are maybe taking a step back and making sure that we are thinking through and engaging in a meaningful way with the sort of feedback that community members, for example, are giving us. You know, if they are telling us that they are unable to engage with our AI developed processes and tools, and actually that's leading to their systemic exclusion from research, from developments within health systems, you know, what does that mean for our kind of underlying drive and what it is we are hoping to contribute to this area, particularly when we come back to that bigger picture take of, you know, we're in the global health space, and actually are we looking for small scale technical fixes, or should we be thinking about, you know, a public health type lens? How can we ensure that the sort of activities and research that we're conducting is addressing those larger health inequalities that we're all interested in?
So I think we both really enjoyed yesterday, and we remarked on how well the presenters sort of laid out the issues, and we think that we had some really great discussions at our tables. And so we just want to thank everybody for their presentations. We want to thank everybody for the discussions that were had in the groups, and we think that we've started talking about some really great stuff. We can see some excellent themes that, you know, have come out of them, and that people are really thinking about important issues. So we're really looking forward to another day of digging even deeper, coming up with even more detailed suggestions and fixes and solutions, and really engaging even more deeply with these issues, and moving forward, I think, as a GFBR community, and taking these issues into our practice and working together to come up with solutions. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and we hand over the session to Effie.
So, good morning. Well, amazing
job, Sharon, Anna. I thought, how can one summarize all that happened yesterday? But terrific, thank you so much. And we are going to move on to our session today, which is exactly about regulation of health data. Now, yesterday, throughout the day, we have been talking about data as well, because it's very hard to separate actually data from artificial intelligence, although very often people say, well, artificial intelligence is not just about data, but there's a lot of overlap between the two. In the WHO report that I referred to yesterday, we also have, as you know, as you have seen probably, it includes a whole section that tries to give, to shape somehow some recommendations, and has formulated some recommendations about how to do data governance. Now, those of you who have been thinking about this stuff for a while, you'll know that data governance is something that people have been thinking about and trying to do for a very long time. Even when data were not big, and there were much smaller data sets, we're still trying to think how to do that right. And in somewhat disappointing terms, I don't think we have gotten to the point anywhere where we can say, wow, we have come up with a fantastic data governance scheme. We have that in some smaller, in some pockets, in some smaller projects, but in general, we're still struggling with data governance. We do have a lot of health data governance principles. There are also international organizations that have been working on that, not only WHO, the OECD, for example, as well, but we're still struggling with that. So on to that comes this kind of other side of things, which is that's the governance includes also things that we're talking about, but also, of course, hard law that we've been seeing had existed, evolved, and developed. I think for many of us who are working in Europe, the General Data Protection Regulation that came into effect a few years ago stirred up a lot of conversations about how adding that piece into the governance structure. Now, even if you look in Europe and the European Data Protection Regulation, you still see that we're still struggling with some of the questions that we're discussing here. We're still trying to figure out within the frame that the regulation is giving us, how can we do this, can we access data, how can we share data? So it's not, although we did go down the regulatory path in that direction, we still have things to figure out. And so one of the perhaps things that in the literature we're seeing as well, even within countries where they seem to have evolving the regulatory, we have an evolution in the regulatory landscape, we still seem to have issues in international collaboration. So, well, not within Europe because we're still under one, let's say, regulatory framework, but even when we're trying to do international projects with countries in other continents, still struggling with how exactly those conditions of access, of sharing, of return of information, attribution, et cetera, are going to be done. So it seems to me, despite the fact that we've been working in this space for a very long time, we actually did some work a few years ago looking at various documents, again, that suggested governance mechanism, and we found, again, very, very many from 1996 to the time we published in 2018. So there's been a lot out there. We still have open questions. And the interesting thing is, as this hunger for data increases, and as AI comes in, asking from us for more data, is we're also saying, wait, we need more representative data. We need to do something about data poverty. I think those questions of how exactly do you regulate correctly, appropriately, proportionally, are actually still out there. So we are in this session going to answer some of these questions. And we're going to do that with looking at two papers, and of course, not just the papers, in our discussion, in our breakout groups. One paper which is about one particular question that I think is quite fascinating, not only in sub-Saharan Africa, but all around the world. How do we govern transfer of data? Here, that one paper, it's going to be about sub-Saharan area. How do we do that? How does that work? Any of you in committees around research have been asked this question, research ethics committees and others have been asked this question always, and often we have to reinvent the conditions of that. So we're going to hear about that. And then we're going to hear from another very interesting paper about one country, particularly in Uganda, and how the regulation of health data is taking place there. But that paper will also refer to some of the recommendations that we've seen at the WHO report and how those recommendations are actually matching or not so with how the regulatory environment is evolved. So we have two case studies from the region that will, I'm sure, give us a lot of food for thought and a good start for our discussion. So let me invite our first speaker. Where's our first speaker? There, I can see our first speaker. Our first speaker is Nezarith Cengiz from the Center for Medical Ethics and Law, which here in South Africa, which is a WHO collaborating center in bioethics, and it is at the Department of Medicine at Stellenbosch University. Nezarith, you can come up to the stage. Do you have your slides on, or you're controlling it from here? You sent it, okay. Oh, perfect, all right, very good. So a warm welcome to Nezarith, please. You have 20 minutes, right? So I'll just check on the time with you, but.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that, Professor Vaiana. So my name is Nezarith Cengiz, and today I'm here to present on the governance of cross-border transfer of data in sub-Saharan Africa. So I am presenting on behalf of my team on a recent publication where we explored governance considerations that ought to apply to the collection, transfer, and use of data in public health emergencies. We provided an overview of data sharing governance landscape in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. So these 5 countries are sub-Saharan Africa's most research-intensive countries that are characterized by diverse data management and privacy governance frameworks. So we also identified limitations and gaps that hinder effective data collection, sharing, and analysis. So this work is descriptive and forms part of the early or initial stages or phase of our research. So the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of data sharing in the public interest, but data protection and privacy concerns with data sharing and open science remain a challenge. In order to inform clinical decision-making, scientific endeavors, and also policy-making, the collation, storage, and use of personal and aggregated health data are required, especially in the clinical and public health management of pandemics. So when thinking about the COVID-19 pandemic, it required greater international and regional cooperation, especially in accessing and using data collected to inform policy making beyond the data source given the global impact of the disease. So firstly, appropriate infrastructure in a country is essential for effective collection and storage of data, as well as appropriate analytical capacity to understand the implications of the data. However, this is not the case for many African settings with limited internet access, poor quality data sources, and inadequate analytical capacity. So appropriate data collection, storage, and analysis is needed to strengthen evidence-based approaches to in managing pandemics. And although many African countries have data protection legislation, a gap still exists in the availability of data sources and the analytical capacity. So there are some barriers to the effective management of pandemics, including the lack of harmonized data sets and information systems and also that time-sensitive data access is not always possible. So access to large, high-quality data sets is important in the development of AI models, which can help optimize predictive decision making in health pandemics. The development of national health information systems that include both public and private sources of health data is another essential element in managing health pandemics at a country level. So some data sources are required to effectively respond to pandemics in terms of supporting evidence-based approaches to managing a pandemic. And these sources include primary data sources, epidemiological data, and omics research data. So there are also key limitations in data sharing that can hinder effective pandemic response. And some of these include an inability to gain timely access, as mentioned earlier, to data during a pandemic or public health emergency, a lack of trust about the future use of the data, or academic competition relating to who publishes first, also insufficient data transfer regimes, which all contribute to the potential unwillingness to share research data. The different data needs of various stakeholders, which in turn also makes it challenging to have some sort of a common approach to data sharing. It's also important to take note of how the scope of using data in the management of a health pandemic is limited by incomplete and also data of poor quality. So there are some key initiatives aimed at facilitating cross-border data sharing in Africa. I won't go through all the examples, but some examples include the African CDC, which that is supporting African member states develop and establish high-quality public health information and technology systems. So another initiative by the African CDC involves enhancing secure electronic transmission of data and reports, facilitating the development and promotion of network domains, and adopting informatics guidelines and standards to enable interconnectivity and electronic transmissions of data and information among other CDC institutes. So we do have more information on this in our paper itself, if you'd like to go and read. According to the Open Data Institute, data sharing is characterized by stewardship of data, which entails collection, maintenance, and sharing, and then creating information from the data, which entails analysis and insights, and also making informed decisions utilizing the data from various sources. But various barriers can negatively impact on public health data sharing initiatives, such as economic barriers, like the lack of resources in a public sector, legal barriers like ownership and copyright issues, and ethical barriers like the lack of reciprocity in data sharing practices. So equitable, ethical, and efficient data sharing constitute key principles to enhance public health data sharing in Africa. The principles of transparency, accountability, and fairness are also important in the context of responsible data use and should also guide the drafting of data transfer agreements. So the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, published recommendations on enhancing access to and sharing of data, which include promoting trustworthiness of the data ecosystem, enhancing transparency of data access and sharing arrangements, incentivizing data access and sharing, and fostering effective and responsible data access, sharing, and also use across society. So in our paper, we also highlighted the minimum requirements for a data transfer agreement in a research context. So some of these include responsibilities of the provider and the recipient of the data, the purpose of the use of the data, description of the data, time period of the agreement, access to the data, confirmation of adherence to all the legal requirements for lawful processing and publication of the research results based on the transferred data, ethical clearance, and so on. We have got more details in our paper. So when thinking about Africa's data sharing regulatory landscape, many countries have started initiatives to regulate data protection. So we looked at the 5 most research intense countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So those were the 5 countries I mentioned initially: South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. We considered this based on research output, and we also wanted to briefly consider how these settings manage cross-border transfer of cross-border data transfers. So I'll quickly go to the next slide, and then I'll get back to this one. So our legal experts looked at this and tabulated this for us. So this table merely categorizes the rigor of national data protection laws regarding cross-border transfer of personal data, and is not aimed at providing a strict overall categorization of the various data protection laws. So it is focused on the scope of legal protection afforded to data subjects in relation to cross-border transfer of their personal data. So just to briefly go over the categories, we've got stringent, moderate, and inadequate, and taking into consideration those 5 countries that I mentioned. So countries with stringent rules require notification of or approval by a relevant data protection authority, and or special conditions such as proof of appropriate safeguards, as well as consent from the data subject. Then the next category, countries that fall under the moderate category, would allow for more than one possible legal ground to permit data export, such as consent of the data subject, but does not require notification or approval by the data protection authority. Then we also have the final category, but none of those 5 countries fall into the last category, which is inadequate. So data protection legislation that does not contain any provisions pertaining to cross-border transfer of personal information could be described as providing inadequate protection to data subjects in relation to the export of their personal data. So you can, we again do have more details in our paper regarding this. So back to the previous slide to continue. So the diverse legal landscape governing data sharing in sub-Saharan Africa highlights that cross-border data transfers will have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, as there is no uniform law across the African continent. So it is important to note that for research ethics guidance, we do have 29 sub-Saharan countries that have published some sort of guidance regarding the collection and use of human biological specimens, which are essential in national health systems and important to consider in national research cooperations. So cross-border data transfer of personal information may only take place if certain requirements are met in accordance with the applicable local legislation. So some of the common conditions enforced in various data protection laws include, so I'll just go over about 2 or 3 of them. We do have more details in our paper because of time. So one would be the third-party recipient of the data is subject to law or binding agreement, which provides adequate protection. The data subject gives consent to the cross-border transfer. The transfer is for the benefit of the data subject, and so on. There are a few more. So there are also factors to consider in the processing of personal information, including the need for a time limit for the retention of the data, clarity and a sound basis for the purpose of the data processing, proportionality of the measures taken in processing the personal data, transparency and explainability, accountability, and among others. So finally, I'm going back, sorry. Okay. Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for a reliable and accessible data ecosystem that could inform the management of public health threats. Harmonized data sources and their integration into the national information systems will create a comprehensive data set. So such a holistic approach to data management should underpin evidence-based decision-making. Transparency, fairness, and accountability should underpin the development of a reliable and accessible data ecosystem. And to facilitate cross-border data transfers involving personal data, standard contractual provisions and templates for cross-border data transfers should be developed by data protection authorities in Africa. So also acknowledgements, first and foremost, the NIH, of course, and then as I mentioned in the beginning, this was a collaborative effort, and here are the names of my co-authors, Dr. Dirk Brand, Prof. Jerome Singh, Prof. Annalise McKay, and Prof. Kimantri Moodley, who is also the senior author of the paper and also the PI of the RETSA project. So unfortunately, the rest of my team couldn't make it, but we do have Prof. Kimantri Moodley in the audience here. I have brought some copies, actually quite a few copies of the paper in case anybody would like to read it or would like some further information. This is the paper that I was referring to in the presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Nazareth. You can come over here. And we can take some questions now before we move on to our next presentation. If there are questions of clarification, we also have allocated time for discussion. There. Okay. Catherine, are you having a mic down? Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for the nice presentation. So in all the regulations, in the guidance in the 5 countries, did they make a difference between data shared for AI users versus secondary data used for other users? Did they say that, okay, if it's AI, then here are the additional requirements, or no distinctions have been made? Thank you.
So our legal team, our legal experts, basically compiled. They were the ones, because I haven't had legal training, I am not able to sort of answer that question as I would like to. But our legal experts had a look at that, and I can refer the question to our legal experts because they analyzed the legislation, and I can get back to you if that's okay with you.
Sure, thank you. So I guess this was discussed in our group yesterday. I guess the question is there a moral difference between secondary use for AI and secondary use for other things? Thank you.
That's a question we also discussed in our, I think in all our groups yesterday, right? Does it make a difference? And if there is a difference, why is there a difference? And I think it wasn't, we had this conversation as well. Is there something distinct about what those techniques that we're using for AI that pose perhaps other risks, or they have some sort of inherently morally salient difference. And I think that's a question that we're still working towards the answer, but I think it would be nice to pick it up again in the general discussion. Adrian, you had a question? Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I was going to ask the same question for other countries. I'm from Nigeria, and we discussed it in our group yesterday. I'm not sure there is any regulation for data sharing in artificial intelligence that is different from others. We can check. We have done some background check, and then I will also want to, so these are general rules, these are general regulations, and it goes to show that we need to beef up the regulations, the rules, and the guidelines. And the Pechakucha that was presented yesterday also confirmed this. And also to say that we should look into, in the case of Nigeria, the National Health Research Ethics Committee Code is online. We have general guidelines as to data sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment. So I just want to restate that we are conducting our research in phases, and this is the very first phase. And that table alone was very brief, and it was more focusing on personal information.
You mean exchange?
Yes. So like the transfer.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
Protection of personal information.
The protection of personal information, exactly. Okay. Andrew?
Thank you very much, Nezri, for presenting on behalf of the group. I think we need to be clear about legislation of all sorts, in that laws are generally written in broad terms. So in South Africa, there is certainly no law specifying AI. So I hope that answers your question. None of the laws, like we have the Protection of Personal Information Act that deals with data and personal information, but not specifying AI to any extent. And I think in most sub-Saharan African countries, there's no AI-specific law. So these laws that do exist are more for data protection.
But I think that's not just here, right? I mean, we have, again, I'll take the example I know perhaps better. In Europe, we have the General Data Protection Regulation. It includes some relevant clauses there for automated processing of data, which would come as close as we can think of to AI. And right now in Europe, we do have this discussion and a proposal for the AI Act. And I think there are some lawyers here in the room that maybe can correct me, but I think that's the first piece of AI law that we're seeing anywhere. Am I right? Is that the first piece of law that we're seeing specifically addressing AI, correct? Yeah. So that, and it's not out yet, and it's not, we haven't even finally approved it, let alone enforcing it. But I think that's how, where we are now in the kind of evolution of our regulation in general. Okay, so I think we have to move on to our next. If there are more questions about the Nezret's paper, we have discussion after the second presentation, but just to make sure we're giving enough time to our next speaker, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Harriet Nenkia. Harriet, there you are. Hi, come up. Harriet is from Makerere University in Uganda, and she will speak to us about the regulation of health data in her country. So warm welcome, please, to Harriet.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Harriet Nancha. I'm a PhD student of bioethics from Makerere University, Uganda, and I'm presenting regulation of health data for artificial intelligence in Uganda. So this paper is an assessment of the Ugandan regulation of health data in reference to the World Health Organization's recommendations for health data protection in development of artificial intelligence. So it's more like a comparison, okay, not like a comparison, but a confirmation to what WHO recommends and how we stand in our country. So there's much that artificial intelligence is promising in health, in improving healthcare, maybe in providing faster and more accurate diagnosis, treatment and management of disease. And it's also helping in data, like analyzing of big data, maybe in aspects like genomics, and management of health delivery, like is trying to lend a hand to human resource in trying to manage diseases. And also issues of public health, where it's being used a lot in maybe like pandemics. So it is a lot that artificial intelligence is promising. However, there are ethical issues that also pertain to it. And for us to be able to appreciate the benefits of artificial intelligence, we have to address the ethical issues that pertain to it. Issues to do with autonomy and the loss of control of data by the people who give in their data. Issues of cyber security, accountability, who is accountable in form of anything. Is it the machine or the people who made the machine or the person using it? So all those issues, also issues with bias, especially in the development of the algorithms. So all those issues need to be addressed for us to be able to appreciate the benefits of artificial intelligence. So this calls for us to prioritize a lot the ethical principles and human rights in the development and application of artificial intelligence. Because for it to be effective, the biases mainly encoded in the data algorithm training and validation have to be overcome. Data is an important aspect in artificial intelligence because it informs the development, training and validation of the algorithmic models to use. However, also data is suffering issues in its management. Also the quality of data is affected by underrepresentation maybe of some groups like according to gender, age, and also the possibility of repurposing of this data for uses that they were not intended for in the collection of such data. Then issues of control data like loss of consent and autonomy and privacy that may stigmatize people that are maybe vulnerable or undermine the dignity and the human rights of those individuals who give in their data, or even the agency, the control of them to their data. So this calls for regulation of such data, especially in the development and implementation of artificial intelligence. And if we have good regulation, then we shall be able to achieve compliance and public trust in artificial intelligence generally. However, where do we stand in terms of regulation? Currently, there are gaps in the regulation, especially in aspects of the ethical and legal perspectives. And in Uganda, currently, there is scant well-defined regulations for research specifically for artificial intelligence. However, how do we move forward? We need to put consideration on these aspects into consideration. First is the human rights, then the data protection laws and ethical principles. All those three have to come in place to guide, regulate, and manage the use of artificial intelligence. And there should be regulatory authorities, like in the protection and regulation of data. There should be authority in different countries to first of all, develop these guidelines and regulations and provide guidance on how they should be achieved and followed, and also conduct investigations mainly to see compliance, people's compliance to such regulations. So WHO, in that regard, has a group that is responsible for regulation of artificial intelligence, and it has examined how and put up new considerations of how artificial intelligence should be regulated. In a report by WHO that was published last year on ethics and governance of AI for health, considerations and recommendations were made that can act as reference for governments to develop their own laws to ensure appropriate protection, regulation, and safeguard of artificial intelligence. And these are mainly focused on strengthening ethical norms and standards, And they would also help in building trust of the people, especially the public, that are involved in development and implementation of artificial intelligence. So this paper mainly is describing how Uganda is positioned to conform to those recommendations by WHO. Where do we stand? What does WHO recommend, and how has Uganda tried to fit into those recommendations? So we appreciate WHO because it's informed by a number of those recommendations by WHO are informed by a number of experts and countries and guidelines, and they inform universal health coverage, so they can be based on as a guide for us in Uganda to also strengthen our regulation of artificial intelligence. So there are a number of recommendations, but this paper mainly focused on those that pertain to data protection, and one of the recommendations is government should have clear data protection laws and regulations, and also strengthen rights to meaningful informed consent by people who give in their data. So in that aspect, Uganda has a Data Protection and Privacy Act that was enacted in 2019, and it's in line with the Constitution of Uganda's Article 27 that requires protection of privacy of individuals. So we have the Act. Then we have the Data Protection and Privacy Regulations that came in 2021. And the Act and the regulation purposely support the protection of privacy and personal data. And they do that for all the stages of data, from collection to processing, storage, and even sharing, and whatever step may be required. So the Act and the regulation were informed by some international conventions, like the UK Data Protection Act, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to which Uganda is a signatory, then the European Union General Data Protection Regulations, and also there are some regulations in Africa, like the African Continent, Cyber Security and Data Protection Act. Yeah, so the second recommendation requires governments having an independent data protection authority to enforce the regulations that are already in place. So in that line, Uganda has the Personal Data Protection Office, which we shall call the office, and it's like the National Data Protection Authority that oversees the implementation and enforcement of the Act and the regulation. So it's an independent body that doesn't depend on other authorities for its to do its work. And in Section 6 of the regulation, the office can cooperate with other bodies like ministries, departments, and agencies. And in that line, it can work along with the Uganda National Drug Authority, especially if maybe the artificial intelligence is intended to develop a drug or a vaccine. There, other bodies have to come in to work along with the office. And also it can work with the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And this is an agency that is responsible for ethical oversight of research involving humans. So you see the ethical aspect also coming into the law and the regulation. So the third recommendation is that government should require entities to seek to use health data to be transparent about the scope and the intended use of such data. So in this aspect, Section 12 of the Act emphasizes the lawful use of data. The data should be used for purposes that are lawful and not illegal, and the purpose should be specific, explicit, and also related to the function of the data collector. If it's artificial intelligence, then the organization that is collecting such data should be really using it for artificial intelligence and should be registered to do that particular kind of job. So data should be entrusted to a body that can handle it appropriately. Then Section 17 allows further processing of data. Yes, data can be used for further purposes. However, the purpose should be specific and should be in the benefit of the public. For example, it can be for forensic purposes, for research, maybe statistics, and maybe historical. So for such purposes, there can be allowance for further processing of data. So this requirement for data transparency helps to reduce the possibility of repurposing of data. If data is collected for a specific purpose, then the chances of it being misused, maybe for commercial, unintended for uses, is limited, so that we avoid any ethical, legal, and human rights concerns that may come along with it. So recommendation 4 requires community oversight of data. However, the Act does not stipulate community oversight. The Act is mainly focusing on personal data protection, like individual. So aspects of group oversight, for example, community oversight are lacking. However, even in absence of regulations, data handlers are called upon to work with integrity and respect the rights of the people who donate the data. Recommendation 5 requires data hubs to meet the highest standard of informed consent, be transparent, and also in case of any outcomes, those should be of public benefit. So we find that neither the Act nor the regulation stipulates any data handling by data hubs, but informed consent should still be strengthened as is required in Section 34 of the regulations. Consent to data collection, processing, and control is still paramount. And without consent, if you use data without consent, you stand to commit an offense that is punishable. The recommendation 6 requires impact assessment of artificial intelligence. And one of the aspects to assess is safety and data protection. So Section 12 of the regulations requires every data impact assessment of data, which requires predicting the process, what you predict your data to be, any possible risks you foresee, and any measures in place to address such issues, and also being liable to any other requirements in the impact assessment that the office may have. In this aspect, the office also has a responsibility of making public a list of processing operations that are subject to requirement of a data protection impact assessment. Then the last recommendation is on adopting models of co-regulation with the private sector. So like I said, the office does not work alone. In Section 6 of the regulation, the office is given power to cooperate with other authorities, like I earlier listed, for example, departments, agencies, and ministries. And these are all responsible to accord to the office such assistance that may be necessary to ensure a proper discharge of its functions. So in conclusion, you see that principally the rules and principles of the Act and regulation try to strengthen at least the rights of the individuals who give in their data, and also stipulate obligations of the data collectors. So this could help in shaping the way artificial intelligence should be developed. However, there's still gap, especially in safeguarding information for the purpose of artificial intelligence, because of the fact that artificial intelligence is handling big data. You find that the traditional data processing laws and principles may not be in position to address all the possible issues that may come along. So these are the papers that informed my work, and I would like to appreciate the advice I got from Effie and Adrienne. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think that will work. No, it does. Yeah. You can come over here, so you're not on the spot like that, and we can take questions for Harriet's paper. I see one question over here. Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation. A short question regarding recommendation number 7. To what extent do you really think that donor of the data is able to request that his data is removed? Because most of the AI collection of data is done anonymously.
All right, thank you. I think that is a challenge, actually. I think I raised that in our group discussion of yesterday. I feel there's, we okay, participants have a right to withdraw their consent or put a limitation to how far their data should be used. However, in cases of anonymization, it's hard to trace back to see that this person is the one, this data belongs to this kind of person. So I feel there's that limitation, which I think we need to find a way of handling.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something, again, not so new to AI, right? If we anonymize data before, we still, people should understand that, you know, if you anonymize, it's kind of hard to withdraw, so to go and find the data. So I think it's, I'm not sure that's so much different in this context, but it is something we've been dealing with, and it's a matter of also understanding what it means. One of the things we've seen in some of our work is that people want both. Often, if you ask them, and just they prefer uses of their anonymized data, and they also want to have the right to withdraw. And we have to understand that that, you know, some of those things are not possible in combination, and you have to make some choice, right? Yeah. There was one more question. Yeah, Jantina.
Hey, so my question is mostly for Harriet. So we spoke a little bit yesterday, I think, over the sessions about this idea of data sovereignty and striking a balance between, I guess, protection and collaboration or and so on and so forth. And I wondered, in the light of these two pieces of legislation and based on your experience, I mean, how is that balance being struck by the regulatory authorities in Uganda? So, I mean, are people... Yeah, I'm just curious about this kind of balance between fostering research and innovation in these spaces, including the export of data to foster these kinds of innovations versus protection to prevent exploitation and so on and so forth.
I don't know if I'm even getting the question. Sorry. Could you repeat?
Okay. So we know from H3 Africa, for instance, that regulatory authorities across the continent are constantly having to strike this balance between fostering scientific collaboration and innovation, which often requires the export of data, and protecting against exploitation or protecting the scientific agency of countries themselves. And so I wondered, with these two pieces of legislation that you speak about, how are the regulatory authorities in Uganda striking that balance? Is that clearer?
Yeah, it is. Actually, from what I know, it's more about consenting. Even if you need to export the data, the person giving you the data should be in the know of how you're going to use it, how far it's going, and maybe for how long you're going to keep it. And then you have to consent to that. However, I still feel consenting is not protecting enough. There could still be a gap, and how do you actually control, especially if that has gone too far. However, I think one of the international guidelines recommended that if data is anonymized, because we don't want to limit research because we want to protect so much the participant, there's still that struggle between protection and then having science progress. So what the recommendations require is anonymization. If you can detach the identity from the individual, possibly there could be a chance of that data going far as it may go. But still the challenge with that is the achievement of 100% anonymization. That is still a challenge. And also if we anonymize completely, won't we be somehow blocking the scientific benefits the individual may gain from their data if you detach them completely from it? So I think it's still a challenge, but what is standing currently is strengthening consenting and being very open to what the data is going to be used. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. More questions. We can open now the floor to just general discussion. Yes, I see many people in the back. Okay.
Great.
Thank you. This is really interesting work on data protections. I wonder, given the focus of these two presentations on the role of regulators on protections, is there also a role for regulators to be looking at the quality, quantity, and representativeness of the data and setting some sort of a floor, given what we know about bias in terms of the learning environment applications of AI? And what do you see as the role of regulators in that space before they even have the data and are thinking about transferring in who has access?
Any of you would like to speak? Yeah. So, Carla, I think we did have a bit of a sound issue back here. Could you repeat more or come forward? We couldn't hear it clearly. I think I caught some of it, but not all of it as well.
Sorry, yeah, it was just a question of beyond the role of regulators in ensuring data protection, do you see a role for regulators in ensuring the quality, quantity, and representativeness of the data that would then be used, or setting sort of a minimum requirement for the data before it's used in an AI application?
Actually, I think what the main issue that is bringing in the bias in the quality of data is underrepresentation. I think this was another topic of discussion we had yesterday in the breakout rooms. I don't know if I'll get a report on that from the different groups, but it's some big issue that is still under discussion. I don't know if you shall get feedback from the different groups, because we didn't include on it in my group, I think.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Carla, that I'm just if I may add a thought here. Would we want the regulator to be going down to that nitty-grittiness of stuff? I mean, we do have the data protection regulation, which, you know, we do have in many places the Human Research Act. That's another piece. We have institutional review boards, data access committees. There are many pieces that I think could possibly take on the role we know we're keen to be taken on by somebody. I'm just wondering how would it be if we have sort of like very specificity at the sort of, you know, legal level about that, or whether that's something that should be given more should be achieved via the institutions we already maybe have in place. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud as well in terms of how we would want to get to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a real question on which actors and which pieces of legal instruments might, you know, set minimum standards, and then how that plays out through those different institutions. I mean, I know the States is probably the one I'm the most familiar with, but, you know, regulations set the standards for if you have NIH funding, then you can't, you know, proceed with just sample of all men unless there's a really good justification, like it's a health condition that only affects men. So there are ways where you might be able to bake into the regulations, and then the institutions that carry out the assessment of what's being done carry that through their processes. But I guess it's just a question of what is the role for regulators in making sure that AI doesn't kind of go in places where there's just really poor data to start with, or where you would need an upfront investment in creating better data and addressing the data poverty and lack of representativeness before you'd even get to the stage of moving forward with your AI application. So it's an open question. It's just, what is that role and how do we think about that?
Just to add very quickly, I think it's important to start somewhere, and I also think that research ethics committees or IRBs would play an important role in this. We recently had a workshop in which we had a lot of regs or IRBs attend, and it was more focused on sort of training regarding research that involves big data and so on.
Yeah, can I?
We have, yeah.
All right. Now, this is just a question for Nazareth. With regard to, just a clarification, the choice of countries, you mentioned that these are the research-intensive countries, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda. I noticed that they are all English-speaking countries. Did your research embrace the non-English speaking countries in Africa, since they have different sort of like legislative systems, or you're focusing only on the English speaking countries?
Thank you for that question. So I firstly want to tell you where we got that information from. There is, I think it's called SciMago Journal and country rank. So these countries were ranked in order of research output by public health and environmental research. So initially, before we came to these 5 countries, we did look at many other sub-Saharan countries, and we actually faced quite a challenge, because some countries, like Francophone countries and Lusophone countries, didn't have their legislation available in English, or sometimes it wasn't even accessible at all. So in order to, we didn't want to, cause more issues for ourselves to take laws that were in another language and then try to interpret that and then back translate. And so we also stuck with the Anglophone countries for now, but this is also the early phase of our research. If we might later on get people to work with us to help us interpret the law in other languages. Could you please say that again?
I'm saying that do we not run the risk of falling into the previous question's discussion about biasing data if we're talking about research legislation across the continent, and the data we're drawing from is mainly English language data?
I hear what you're saying. So we are starting small. So for now we have got these 5 countries that we are looking at, and we are planning to look at other countries, including Lusophone and Francophone countries, to avoid leaving countries out. Or
Thank you. We have more questions. Where? Catherine? Yes. Over there? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I know that data lives a long time, even beyond the research, but my question is on the collaborating institutions. Do we have any way of tracing that data? I mean, is it traceable across the collaborating institutions? For example, after 10 years and you want to know what happened at a certain point, are there SOPs guiding this kind of access, or other than the legal act and the fact that there's no uniform law on this? Thank you.
so I think maybe that your question actually highlights the importance of having data transfer agreements. In our paper, we just highlighted the minimum requirements for data transfer agreements. So I think countries it would need to be developed according to the context of that country, but I think a DTA would sort of steer us in the right direction and sort of assist with what you are asking.
Yeah. I wanted to come back to what Carly was mentioning before. Maybe it doesn't have to do exactly with a legal, with a law, or because I also feel that maybe it's needed some kind of control. For example, when you're going to implement this in public hospitals or in hospitals, not just speaking of research, but going a little bit beyond. And you may have, well, something that has poor data or is biased or is not so efficient, as we were seeing also yesterday in the meeting groups. So I was wondering, maybe it's not a legal thing, it is above the realm and the power of research ethics committees. So I was also worried and thinking that maybe there's some need for, maybe not for all AI, but for some of it, to have some kind of extra control. I was thinking a little bit, and I think when I was reading the background paper, that FDA was going to address some of this issue, and I think it is important, maybe having that kind of structure regarding what kind of data, patients, and, well, I wanted to not ask your ideas, not regarding your own research, but generally, because I think it is a very good point, the one that Carly mentioned.
Yeah, actually, in going forward with the regulation, realize that ethics alone is not enough. So, law alone is not enough. So we have to bring in the ethics and also emphasize the human rights. So if we have all those three aspects in place, I think it will be broader and it will have the legal aspect where whoever commits the offense can face legal repercussions, and also the regulation in terms of the research ethics committees and oversight of research using the ethical aspects, emphasizing the principles are all in place. So it is not just a law, it should be law, ethics, and maybe human rights for now, and maybe others may join in later.
No? Okay.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. No, maybe just as we are moving on to the next question, can I just flag a point here? Are we doing AI exceptionalism? Didn't we have the problem or representativeness of data in pre-AI phases of our lives, in drug development, in genomics? How did we deal with that? Probably not well, but can we just, as we're thinking about these important questions, maybe also keep in the back of our minds whether we're putting these kinds of analytics, because that's what it is really, right? At a different, if we're requiring a different standard, and we may very well want a different standard, but then we have to ask ourselves, why are we asking for a different standard here? Just keep that as we're progressing in the discussion and maybe in the next groups. But Catherine, you had somebody else. Yeah.
Okay. Catherine has Judy here with Adrian. Good morning, everyone. I actually have a question for you, a practical question. So I think late last year, Google released an app that you just needed to use your Android phone, take a picture of your skin, and you get a result, right? Unfortunately, this app did not have many black examples. These are known issues, and anyone in the world could use it. So how you highlighted your laws in Uganda, sort of your framework in Uganda, maybe, and I know this is maybe too long of an answer, but could you help us think of maybe your top 3 things about how you would govern an app like that? What if I got a wrong diagnosis, or what if I wanted my data from Google, or how would I sort of, let's say I got a late diagnosis and I needed to sue someone. Would anything, what you've proposed, help?
Okay, maybe something I didn't mention. Uganda collaborated with some other organization to come up with a digital platform that can be used by the whole, like anyone, through SMSs to raise your concerns. So in case of such, maybe someone could write, sorry, I'm forgetting how it's termed, but you could send an SMS reporting your concern, so it can be received, because that organization is working along with the office. The office is the data regulatory authority we have in Uganda. So if you raise such a concern, then it can be handled by the office. And remember, the office works in collaboration with other ministries or agencies, like the National Council that oversees research on what? Research that pertains to humans. Then there's the Uganda National Drug Authority. So if it's something to do with health and healthcare, possibly the National Drug Authority can advise the office on how to handle such an issue.
Just a follow-up is that this is an app that you could download. It's not, in fact, they write there, it's not a medical device, you know? But this is just an app, just the way I downloaded Google Maps. I just want to put in, as we go to the discussion, that AI sometimes the way it's deployed, it's in a gray zone. And really, like, how can you sue Google for giving you the wrong directions to come to Lord Charles today?
Yeah, that is where the challenge of accountability, I think, comes in that I mentioned earlier. Who is responsible? Is it the person who made the innovation, or the person using it, or the machine itself? So I think that's still an issue.
Yeah. Hi, my question is for the panel and anyone's in the room. I always wonder if there's a clear-cut definition what is considered to be sensitive data. Is there, in legal point, is there a clear-cut of what is a sensitive data? So, and regarding to transfer of data between countries, is there clear agreement between countries on what is a sensitive data? Is it name, race, culture, religion? Is it, or is it case by case? That's my question.
Sensitive, if there's a clear definition of sensitive data, or is just personal data?
I think our law does, PAPIA does sort of define it, but I can't think of it on the top of my head now.
Subset which is sensitive.
Could I ask Prof. Moodley for, she knows the PAPIA very well.
So the Protection of Personal Information Act in South Africa defines certain categories of information as special personal information. This includes biometric information, also includes other aspects like race, gender, age. The thing about sensitive information is that it's going to vary from one context to another. So if you take South Africa as a country with an apartheid past, race is an extremely sensitive piece of data. And we have difficulty often with our funders who require data by race, ethnicity. This is the NIH in particular. For every participant that is enrolled or recruited into a research study, we need to provide data on race, gender, age, ethnicity. And the categories that are used in the US are imposed on countries around the world. So, for example, in South Africa, our research ethics committees are very specific. If we are asking for sensitive information, if we are asking for race or gender, we need to have a good reason why our research question needs that information. And then if we take the imposed categories from other parts of the world, then all our research participants are classified as non-Hispanic in South Africa where ethnicity is concerned. And we don't see the value of having that kind of data collection. Yet it is a requirement of some funders. So I think what is regarded as sensitive information will vary. Another important aspect is HIV status within South Africa and perhaps in other countries as well. There could be issues related to gender in countries where homosexuality is illegal. That would be regarded as sensitive information. Thanks.
Anyone? Anyone? Going?
Thank you, Catherine. So just to add to your question, Adli, I think GDPR also says political affiliation, so that's also under special category. But as what was said just now, it's really context specific. So when we did our study on the Thai-Myanmar border, people really don't like their marital status known. That's sensitive.
One more question here.
Thank you. My question goes to Nazrit. Also, Harriet can also maybe chip in. When we are speaking about artificial intelligence, and related laws, data protection, data sharing, it all depends also on the institutional status of artificial intelligence within the country, for instance, whether it is subsumed in the Ministry of Education or in the Ministry of Health or in the Ministry of Science and Technology, or standalone, as an institute or as an agency, artificial intelligence agency. So, did your research look at the institutional status of artificial intelligence, whether they are standalone or existing within the existing other institutions? Otherwise, my experience is that sometimes we are asked by, for instance, Western funders, it could be NIH, it could be NIHR from UK, they ask us to give us a link or a website how the data sharing policy of the country. And then we have to knock into institutions and go and ask them to come up, or sometimes there are cases in which we have done this, in which there are no some even at the university level, even in which we were forced to ask universities to develop and then provide that link in order to apply for funding and all that. So I'm just wondering if you have looked at that, how institutional status or institutional level of artificial intelligence in your research.
Okay, so when you ask a specific one, so could you, I think,
We didn't get a question, please.
No, I'm just asking, do you, in each of these countries, in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, I know, but also in South Africa, is there such artificial intelligence institute or agency as a standalone institution? Or is it within some other institutions, that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Huh?
I don't have any.
She doesn't know. Okay, for me, in Uganda, I think I would like to ask Dr. Jingo, is yours a standalone institution dealing with artificial intelligence?
Depending on, it's on, yeah, well, I don't know how you define standalone, but it's a part of Makerere University and follows the regulations of the university.
Do we have any other in the country, or is only that one? Because it's a department, right?
Yes, it's,
yeah, it's a department.
It's a center.
Under Makerere
Yes.
University.
Right.
Thank you.
One more question here. Nigeria has a standalone agency for artificial intelligence. It's under the NITDA, the National thing for Department of Data Technology, Data Development Agency. So there we have a standalone agency for AI and robotics.
No more questions? All right. So we don't have any more questions, but I think that was a very good discussion. So thank you all very much for the discussion. Thanks. And thanks to our speakers for their fantastic presentations and for responding to the questions. I think we're moving on now to our group discussion. We'll have a little bit more time than originally planned for, but that means you can stretch before going into your group discussion. So we'll see you all at the group sessions. Thank you.
All right. Hello, hello. I think we should get ourselves started. So hello everyone, I'm Joe Ali. I'm with the Bioethics Institute at Johns Hopkins. Pleasure to be here, and thanks again to all of those who spent many, many sleepless nights, I'm sure, organizing this. It's been a joy and a real opportunity, I think, for all of us to come together and talk about a topic that I think is finally one that we're really anticipating some of these issues in advance of some of the technology being rolled out in our country. So that's wonderful. So I have the pleasure of facilitating Theme 5, which is our last thematic session for the meeting. And we have a wonderful group of 3 presenters to share their work. Our first presenter will be chairing a pre-recorded presentation, but I believe we'll have him live for a Q&A. So let me just make a quick announcement, because I know I'll forget at the end, and Adrian asked me to do this. So we will be having a group photo after this session, after the discussion, the breakout group discussion. So please move from your breakout group discussions to the front steps in front of the lobby for a group photo. And I really encourage everybody to do that. So thanks very much. All right, so I'm not going to say a lot by way of introduction. I'll just say that this session now will be focusing, I think, nicely in the transition from the last session to thinking more about how ethics frameworks and regulatory systems and policy systems will perhaps need to change and evolve and develop in response to these new capabilities and data systems that are being introduced through machine learning and artificial intelligence. So we have, I think, 3 really interesting case studies. One from Egypt, exploring some of the regulatory developments that might be required in Egypt, and another colleague presenting from her experiences in Kenya, as well as a presentation that's looking really at how global frameworks perhaps may need to adjust to consider some, I think, very long-standing but neglected issues that are relating to climate change and the climate impact, the environmental impact of technology when it's being introduced through research and non-research functions. So with that very brief introduction, let me now just I guess introduce our first speaker is Dr. Ahmed Samir Abdel Hafiz of the National Cancer Institute at Cairo University in Egypt. And again, while he's not able to join us here in person, we'll listen to his recorded presentation. So thank you.
In 2019, the National Council for Artificial Intelligence was founded as a partnership between the government, academia, and leading companies in the field. And the strategy enablers, including the development of governance to develop laws, regulation, ethical principles, and guidelines to monitor this type of research. The good news is that healthcare was a priority sector. The government was looking for solutions for diagnosis of diseases, management of healthcare data, mental health, and bioinformatics. But the problem is that there is a knowledge gap. Although Egypt has a clinical research law that applies mainly to clinical trials, and the data protection law that applies to protection of data in general, there is nothing specific for AI research. And AI health research is quite different from other types of healthcare research. The other challenges that may be quite specific for this type of research. The other challenges lead to the knowledge about this type of research among IRB members who may not know a lot about it. The other challenges about the informed consent model to be used in this type of research. Challenges related to data protection, confidentiality, and privacy in this type of research, which may be quite different from other types of research. And there are also challenges related to fairness and benefit sharing in this type of research. So what I have done in this paper is that I have identified some ethical issues that may arise during AI-related health research on humans and tried to provide recommendations to deal with these issues. I have chosen 3 themes to be the concern of this paper. These were the informed consent, the issue of commercialization, and the talk about institutional review bodies. As you see in the paper, each issue has been discussed in brief, followed by providing some recommendations based on my knowledge about the local laws and the regulations in Egypt. The first issue is the informed consent issue, and the traditional concept of informed consent is challenged in AI-related research. First, it's quite difficult to predict who will have access to the data in the future and how it will be used in research. Second, the nature of this type of research and expected output are sometimes difficult to explain for participants, patients, sometimes for doctors, and sometimes they are difficult for researchers to explain to them. How about AI-based healthcare applications which have seen a remarkable growth in the past few years? There are now applications for fitness, for diet, for compliance, and for others. And I have to tell you, I never read the terms of agreement. I just sign, yes, I agree. How about if data from these healthcare applications you are used in research in the future? Will we consider this agreement to the terms of agreement as an informed consent? I guess it is different from the informed consent concept. So how will we deal with this type of research? And there are also issues related to privacy, including potentially identification risk which could be greater in this type of research. So I think that the first option, or the best option we have currently so far, is to use specific consent that explains all details about proposed research in a simple language. I believe that this is a suitable option. But if data will be used for future studies, I guess that including among the available options we have so far, I believe that tiered or dynamic consent could be used, a suitable option for use in this type of research. The problem with dynamic consent is that it needs internet connection, and the good news is that there is significant growth in the number of internet users in Egypt, which could support the use of dynamic consent in the future. The second issue is the issue of commercialization and benefit sharing, and as I have mentioned earlier, this type of research necessitates collaboration with technology partners and private sector companies. That's why I believe that guidelines, regulations, policies regarding commercialization should be developed and implemented. And in Egypt, the government prefers to have some degree of control over research. So in Egypt, I believe that the government itself or its representative can negotiate benefit sharing with technology partners to reach best deals with them in this aspect. Instead, if the government doesn't want to be involved in this, it can set the boundaries for acceptable practice, and acceptable terms can be negotiated by the involved parties. The third issue is the issue about institutional review bodies, and currently we have no data about their knowledge about AI research and ethics related to it in Egypt. This type of research could represent a specific challenge for them to understand and deal. That's why we should start first by evaluating their knowledge, perceptions, and attitude about this type of research. And based on this, we can develop educational and training programs about AI-related research and the challenges associated with it. And I believe that there are two parties that may be involved in the development of these programs. The first is the Supreme Council for Review of Clinical Research Ethics, which has been established in Egypt based on the clinical research law. And the second entity is the Egyptian Network of Research Ethics Committee. Both can play a major role in coordinating these activities. And also, experts in the field can provide their expertise or their knowledge about technical aspects to IRB members, which allows them to make informed decisions about research proposals submitted to them. So to conclude, as science leaps forward, ethics should not lag behind, and we should work in Egypt on the development of those guidelines and recommendations to support AI health research in Egypt, to equip IRB members with tools to monitor this type of research and to preserve the rights of the involved parties. And we should train them on how to use these tools to allow them to create a balance between advancing medical research on one side and the protection of the community on the other side. And we should not wait until this develops. We should encourage and support this type of research. This will allow us for real-time detection of problems and discussions to find solutions for them. I'm done with my presentation. I hope it was interesting and useful, and I just would like to say thank you.
Great, so that leaves us with actually quite a bit of time. Are we able to get Ahmed or for some questions, or should we transition and take questions after?
He's ready to take either approach, so if we can connect him, he can take immediate clarifications now.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
He's ready to take immediate clarifications now if you'd like to do that.
Okay, great. So are there any clarifying questions or remarks? Yes, please, in the front. I don't know if we have a microphone. Yeah, it's coming your way.
Egypt is a country in the northeast of Africa,
Presentation. I will ask you a question regarding informed consent. Do you think is there any specific difference in collecting data for AI research than that needed for biobanks, for example? And also, do you think there is a difference in informed consent for data collection versus research using AI applications? Because that's two steps different.
Yes.
There was a problem with the sound, so would you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, when we think about informed consent, do you think there's sort of a difference in the way we should be approaching informed consent for AI research compared to other areas, like biobanks, for example? And the second was, sorry, I'm forgetting.
Informed consent for data collection.
Yeah.
Versus
right.
informed consent for the application of.
Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, informed consent for research purposes versus other forms of data collection that perhaps are not driven by a research objective. So should informed consent methods differ? Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I wish I could be with you in person, but yeah, I have an issue. So concerning the first question, I have talked about some issue which is the technical terms. I guess that AI and using this advanced technology, there is a problem with the explanation of the terms. In general, even for doctors, as I mentioned, they understand what genetic research may be, if it is clinical type of research, drug study, similar to this issue. But even the doctors don't understand well, they don't understand well the terms that may be used in this type of research. So I guess this is one main difference, that you have to use a simplified language, maybe technical terms, maybe use a glossary, something like this. So this is one difficulty I guess we can face in this type of research that is different from other types of research. So this is, as I said, this is one of the big challenges we may face, and you have to understand this. And the second issue is that since we don't know exactly what type of research that will be conducted, especially if secondary type of research will be used, since AI research is in technology and technology is still developing. So I guess this is another difference between the traditional type of research we do in our labs. So this is concerning the that data that is used for research using these applications, we have another way, maybe, I don't know, when we think about waiver of consent, or we should talk in advance when are you going to use data in this applications in the future of research. So you have to consider this and think about it. Yeah, so I guess that AI helps the research concerning the important concerns. Maybe we have to consider new options. That are we going to just use it for diagnosis or for treatment, or we are going to use for research? We have to think about differentiation between both aspects, and we have to maybe think prospectively for the future when we collect data using AI technologies.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I think the comment about data sort of traveling through different kind of use environments is really interesting in this context, and we do see, of course, in the commercial space of sort of the use of apps and other things like that, right? In the terms and conditions, if you do actually read them, oftentimes it does say something about the potential for research use in some of these, but not in a way that I think is very helpful or clear. So we have another question actually in the room. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Mine is also a follow-up on the consent aspect or question. Yeah, I mean, from literature, there are certain deep learning algorithms that could interpret data from different positions. We have different perspectives about data than the initial intention that one had consented for. Because these are algorithms that are, complex enough to have such capabilities, to interpret data differently and also come up with different, ways of looking into that one set of data. So my question is, how far should we go in terms of the consent? Should we have multiple levels of consent to allow the AI model to further on use the data or interpret it in various formats? I hope that is clear.
Were you able to hear that? Yeah?
Yeah.
Great.
I guess that's why I say that tiered consent is a good option. Maybe it gives you a dynamic option as well. It's a technology that allows that these options provide these options. This informed consent model provides these options. Maybe the participants can see what is exactly will be done in the future and approve or disapprove the future research. He doesn't sign one consent at a time and then everything, not everything, but I mean that what will happen, how the data will be in the future. So I guess that these options, they have multiple layers, they give the participants multiple layers, multiple options. They will not sign at one time, they can agree to different researches when they are applied in different types. And since different researches can be done for new models of research are involved, maybe you ask for a new consent if this is not in the scope of the original consent they have signed in the first place. So I guess that giving them multi-layer, multiple options, since we don't know exactly what will be done, this is suitable for this type of research.
Any further questions? Yeah, please.
Thanks, Ahmad, for that presentation. Just following up on the point you made about dynamic consent, I just wanted to know in practical terms in Egypt, what has been the success? I mean, you spoke about the good mobile penetration in Egypt, but what has been the ground reality of people responding to this dynamic consent via mobile? And the follow-up question is it an opt-in model or only those who respond are those who want to opt out? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Actually, dynamic consent has not been applied in Egypt yet. I'm just proposing it. Even for writings, we use approved consent, and it's one-time event, they sign a broad consent, not dynamic. I'm just proposing it that in the future, currently the internet coverage is not it's best in Egypt, but I guess in the future that it will improve. So this is just a proposal that in the future the dynamic consent would be an option for use in this type of research. And as I mentioned, it gives people the options to choose or select what type of research and which their data will be used. So currently, this has not been applied and there is no experience with it so far.
Yeah, you ask an important empirical question though, right? And it raises some thoughts for me about how do we transition from a recommendation to maybe a policy suggestion or requirement even. So I think there is a long way for many of us to go from ideas about what we think we should propose as a kind of approach to really understanding how would that integrate into the fabric of people's lives and their capacity to interact with technologies in this kind of way and other, yeah. But it's a interesting proposal for sure, yeah. Great. Yes, one more. I think we have one more question, and then we'll transition to our next speaker for now. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is in regards to the commercialization. It's good to have the government buy-in, but since they also stand to benefit, how can they also, where will you draw the line in the protection of maybe the people who are being taken from the data, yet maybe they might be able to have some conflict of interest. Thank you.
I didn't get the question, but would you please repeat it or rephrase it?
Do you want to maybe restate if you could be helpful? Yeah.
It's about the commercialization and the government buy-in. Where do you draw the line where they will stand to benefit from the profits from whatever is being done with the data and protecting the participants?
So are you talking about sort of commercial profits or government, the public-private sort of partnership piece? I'm just wanted to clarify.
Well, he had said that one of the ways he had mentioned three strategies or ideas, and one of them under commercialization spoke about working with the government so that the government can also benefit from, from this.
Does that help, Ahmed?
I guess we are talking about the commercialization and the public-private partnership. So, are we talking about the mechanisms for this?
Yeah, maybe even the government's role in trying to help ensure community benefit in relation to the fact that there are sort of private sector actors who have to be involved.
Yeah, maybe I guess we have discussed this with you before that there is in Egypt the government is involved to some degree in research, and in research people, the Egyptians say that they prefer that the government, they want the government to be involved somehow. So that's why I suggested really that the government may participate in this negotiation, especially that the Council for AI is founded by the government, and it's a collaboration between the government and academic institution and private companies. So I guess that in Egypt, and I'm not sure if this is a situation in other countries or not, the government has to be involved and negotiate community benefits. Maybe I think this is the current situation that the government wants itself always to be involved. So I guess this is the mechanism of that. I don't know exactly what they can do, but maybe if they involve academic institutions as well. So they include academia together with the government. They have maybe a strong negotiation power with commercial entities, so they can together they can look for the benefits for the community. I hope this answers the question.
Great. I think we can probably pick it up too in the larger group discussion as well. But thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll move, I think, forward now with our next presenter, Brenda Odero, who's at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. And Brenda has developed a governance paper with a colleague also in Kenya at Egerton University, David Nderitu. So Brenda, please join.
Good morning. Did you know that Kenya ranks third in sub-Saharan Africa in AI readiness? Well, we do. My name is Brenda Odero. My co-author, David Nderitu, and I will look at regulatory gaps in the review of ethics in AI in global health research. So, despite having regulatory frameworks, ethical frameworks, legal frameworks, there's minimal attention within these frameworks in the review of ethics and AI in health research. So there's first minimal attention, and they're very inadequate. So that is within the Kenyan context. So the resources we have in looking at global health research is 2 documents which we're going to look at. So it's the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical Research for Human Participants. But first, a backstory on readiness in AI in the world. So the Government Artificial Intelligence Index of 2021 rated different countries in the world on their readiness to uptake AI. So the pillars were the government, the technology sector, data and infrastructure. You can clearly see on the slide the average uptake of AI is 47.7%. So all this is in percentile. So clearly the first country there is the US of A, the second is Singapore, the third is the United Kingdom. So David and I decided to look at the pillar of government, which within the government it has, the middle part of it is governance and ethics. So they sought to ask the question whether the legal, ethical frameworks within the different countries are trustworthy, or are they legitimate, are they sufficient? So let's go back to Kenya. We've seen how the world is, let's go back to Kenya. Kenya ranks third, like I earlier said, I'm very proud of it. So it ranks third at 45.5%, which is very close to the average point of things. But even if we have this readiness in AI, it's very evident that Kenya is using AI already on the ground for health surveillance, is using it for diagnosis. So we're already using AI, but are we regulating the use of AI? So I want to mention that the top 3 countries in Africa in AI readiness, one is Mauritius, the second is South Africa. So it's important to note that Mauritius is at the top because it already has a national AI strategy. It has an AI council, and it has training throughout the whole country. So that's why it's put at the top. So they already have things in place, regulations in place, and systems that are already working in the regulation of AI and in different facets of healthcare. So as you recall, I said that you're going to look at 2 documentations. So these are just a snapshot. I'll be looking at different snapshots and the regulatory gaps that these specific documents have. So the first document we are looking at is the Data Protection Act. So the Section 28 of the Data Protection Act allows for consent when collecting data. But it's not clear in the document how the data is going to be stored, how it's going to be used, especially in AI research of healthcare. Another regulatory gap is in Section 35 that permits collection of data, of automated and profiled data. So they say in the Data Protection Act that they will tell you, they will give you a notification. How will you give me a notification of how you're going to use my data? So that's another big gap that we found in the Data Protection Act. How will you sort consent from me of already automated data? Another gap, I can explain the garbage on this slide. Section 35 clearly states that, like we've seen in earlier presentations on data sharing from this country to another country, but we don't know how data participants are their respect is going to be upheld. How is the data going to be used in other countries continuously? Because this data will be used continuously. So is the data being dumped in that country without the consent of the data participants? So this is something to also, a gap that we also found out. The other guideline we have, like I said, was the biomedical guideline that we have. I did a command F, and there was only one find of AI. So it's there, yes, but it's in passing. Emergent issues in AI. So they just say these guidelines generally look at emergent issues in AI. So what are our recommendations? We used the Emmanuel et al. Framework to form recommendations in looking at how best RECs can be well equipped in the future. So what you're going to see in the slides moving forward is the specific principles in the Emmanuel et al. Framework and the outcomes we see if the principles were used. I hope we are still together. Okay. So first is community engagement. This is a very, very, very important principle. So we know that many AI systems have a European context. So we would want researchers on the ground to have a touch of the African context, to include a human-centered AI feel within every system that we have. So the job of the RECs at this point is to, I know as bioethicists and as ethicists and within RECs, community engagement is not a compulsory thing to put in your research proposal. We propose that it should be a facet of any proposal within the research of AI in global healthcare. It's a requirement, we need it. Second is collaborative partnerships. It would be good to have, we know that collaborative partnerships means that we have many stakeholders, so from the deployers to the government, to the policymakers, to us in this room. It's important for us to collaborate and maybe hold I propose an establishment of an ad hoc committee to conduct inclusive stakeholder engagements with the communities and all the stakeholders I had mentioned. So we see the outcome of this. If this principle is used, we see a future where every research proposal looked at by the REC will have data sharing agreements. So we'll know who the data will belong to, how the data is going to be used. Within that agreement, we know at the end of the day, we're not taking each other to court. And the data is being used properly, and we know, does it belong to the public sector, does it belong to the private sector? So we will have transparency in the end. Social value is another principle. So who is benefiting from this data? the data participants, will they benefit from the data? And also a facet of vulnerability. Not every solution needs AI in health research care. And if it does, and they're vulnerable people, and remember that vulnerability in every research proposal is different, and in every context is different. Women who are pregnant in your country are vulnerable. Maybe in another country, they feel that they're not vulnerable. So we, as RECs, they need to justify this. So we propose that an AIA, an algorithmic impact evaluation report. So an AIA is basically going to look at the risk and the evaluation for the future. So an AIA is basically a template that shows the societal value of every AI research report that you bring forward as a researcher. So it will tell the RECs that this is what the data is going to, the AI is going to do, this is how long the data is going to be used, these are the benefits the community, the country, the region is going to get from it. Scientific validity. So like I had earlier mentioned that not every research proposal or solution needs AI, so we need to be very careful as REC members, as ethicists, as researchers who are submitting to REC members. So we need to weigh how valid our research is when putting it forward to a REC member. So does it justify it for it to be within the AI space? So RECs should ensure that interventions align to the study objectives, like we do for any other study. Fair selection of participants or study population. So selection needs to be based on scientific importance and not convenience. There's one paper by MD Francisco that looks at a viewfinder, a vein viewfinder. So his study incorporates different colors of skin, it incorporates the size of the body. So this is for doctors to actually look at cannulation and look at injections and just have a feel of where the vein is for people who can't find their veins. And they also incorporated stretch marks into their AI system because stretch marks can look like veins, apparently, according to the study. So it's very important to be inclusive and diverse when coming up with research proposals. So we propose that RECs have a checklist of non-discriminatory and non-bias, depending on the study. So this checklist has to be flexible because different research papers have different goals and different research studies. So RECs need to come up with a checklist where they look at, does this study have bias? Does this study have discriminatory tendencies? For risk-benefit ratio, we need to see, we need to weigh the risks. The benefits need to outweigh the risks. There's, in different research proposals, focus is on the physical harm, is on physical risks, sometimes psychological, but we forget that bias is also a risk in itself when it comes to AI research. So it's very important for RECs to have an evaluation of the algorithm to see whether there's a certain risk, an algorithm bias within it, aside from the psychological and physical harms. Independent review, so this is the foundation of RECs. We need an ad hoc committee member. Review should be very far away from the deployers. It should be independent from anyone who is making the AI system. That's one. An outcome we see is where we have an ad hoc committee member, a separate ad hoc committee member who comes in when there are AI studies being reviewed. They don't have to be permanently within the REC. Training is also very important. We do trainings in Kenya for different bioethics and AI training. So I think it's important that it should be compulsory for every REC member to be trained on AI ethics in health research. Informed consent, this has been something that has been really spoken about. Terms and conditions are not informed consent. I think we all agree. But if I'm looking at an AI system or I'm asking for consent, let's say online consent, it should be short, it should be simple, it should be something that I can read, see the risks, see the burdens, and immediately say, yes, I agree, no, I don't. It should be lay term language for everyone to be able to understand what I am saying. Ongoing respect of participants and communities. We tend to do studies as researchers and forget that the community needs to know what's happening with their data. And I don't mean just a presentation like I'm doing or publishing work. We need to go back to the community where you collected the data, where you took the data from, and tell them exactly what you are doing with the data. So we see an outcome where RECs create an AIA model template that focuses on the impacts of AI. So every research proposal will show if the data is going to be ongoing. Are we done with the data? Have we gotten what we wanted to get? Have they received their benefits? Is it reversible? Is it short-term, for a short time period? Is it perpetual? Is it forever? Will the data continuously be collected, and will the communities continue to get their benefits? Lastly, after seeing all the sessions from the beginning to the end, I think I'm on 50-50 on soft and hard law, but we really hope that some of these principles that we've used are used to form policy through education. We can propose this Emmanuel et al. Framework within policy to form law at the end of the day. So ideally, we are not proposing a framework because the framework is there. We need to use the principles that we already have and incorporate them in law and policy. And I thank you all for listening to me. If you're not an executive producer and maybe I didn't put you here, maybe in season 2, I'll put you here. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brenda. That was very clear, and congrats to Kenya for being third in Sub-Saharan Africa on readiness. We have about 10 minutes. I'll say another fun fact. The US also ranks first in readiness to abandon our readiness. So as we know that well from the pandemic. Yes, we have a question in the back.
Thank you, Brenda, and congratulations on what I think is a very interesting and well-structured presentation to us today. My question to you is, given the relative lack of regulator preparedness that exists among countries of the geographical south, what do you think is what has made Kenya become so prepared and give you this high ranking of readiness among countries of the geographical south?
Thank you. I think why Kenya gets ranked, I think that's the question, why Kenya is being ranked to that level. I think we, as a Kenyan, speaking as a Kenyan, we don't want to be left behind. We have that mentality that we want to go with the wave, and the wave dictates that we need regulations for AI. So the government is doing a great job. We have different systems. We have NACOSTI that accredits the RECs. So it's a body that ensures that we are moving with the wave. We also have a bioethics committee. We have systems in place, I'd say. The systems in place push us to move forward within, like for example now, the AI space. So I would say we don't want to be left behind, and we're moving with what is currently happening. So the government is really helping, the researchers on the ground are helping. So we have, I would say we have systems in place that are making us move forward.
If you were to give credit to one sector of the society, would you say that initiative started with bioethics committees, with advocates, or
Yes.
with the government itself, or NGOs?
Okay. They'll be watching this, so.
Yeah, know your audience.
I would say first, I think advocates first, the bioethics committees, I would think. And also, let me not just say it's a Kenyan thing. I would say we've been helped by countries abroad, the US, we've been mentored by the US, we've been mentored by the UK. So I would say just the fact that we are proactive enough and we've been mentored by people outside. So I would say first, the government came in after they saw there was advocacy, they saw that these guys are becoming better and better within the ethics space. So yeah, it started with advocacy, it started with getting help from the UK and mentorship. Mentorship is very important. So say also mentorship from countries that are already high ranking, yeah.
Thank you. We have a few more questions, yep.
Excuse me, I helped in reflecting about this paper, and my name is David. I'll go back to your first concern about what makes Kenya rank high. I think it's generally because Kenya embraced digital innovations from the word go, and apart from the assistance from the government, the private sector has been playing a very great role in that. Kenya is among the first countries that started using what we call mobile money transfer, and it has this system. This technology was transferred to the neighboring and the entire African country. So I can say that that fact itself makes Kenya be ready for this. And now with AI, it's still there. So our only worry is that we don't have regulations for this, and that's why we came up with this proposal. Thank you so much.
Why don't we do one here and then we go to the back. Yeah.
Thank you. Very nice presentation, thank you. I have 2 points. One is that maybe it's just a matter of phrasing, but it sounds like you want the Rex to do all the hard work. Because Rex are people, and most of them probably not trained in AI. Of course, you mentioned training, but I just wonder whether the recommendation should be researchers or AI practitioners should be, etc., etc., etc. That's the first point. The second point is about community engagement. So again, in all the GFPR meetings, community engagement is the answer to a lot of things. And people who practice community engagement, who engage with the communities, know that it is really hard. There are many challenges. Who is the community? How do we engage them? Is it the whole country? Is it a small population in the village? And are we getting representation? Are the representatives the best people to go to? Who do we engage with? Whether or not it'll be a tokenistic once it's in as a tick box. So I think a lot of things need to be considered. So community engagement is very nice, but it's really, really fraught with challenges. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'll start with the first one, where Rex do all the hard work. In hindsight, it seems so from my presentation, but we are reviewing what the researchers are doing. So researchers are also doing a lot of hard work. So all those templates will give you, as a researcher, we need to see you filling them. We need to see a research proposal that aligns to the SOPs that we'll have, let's say, in AI. I think it should be a shared responsibility. It should not just be the REC's responsibility, especially when it comes to research in AI. Because at the end of the day, if we make these recommendations known and we give them checklists of how now we are going to be looking at AI research, they will have to comply, and they will have to also work hard on their side as well. So I think it's a shared responsibility. I agree, community engagement can be very tricky in terms of just finding out who are you engaging, how will you engage. There are very many facets of community engagement, from consultation, participation. So I think the best way we can do it is do it in phases, not all at once. So we can do consultation first, then we do participation, then enrollment, so that we see, are we engaging the right people? Are we doing the right thing? So if we do it in different phases, I think it would maybe help. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Is this working? Thank you so much. It was a really great and clear presentation. I had a question about the challenges of assessing algorithmic bias in prospect. So if we're turning to the RECs or whoever it is that's trying to figure it out, we often don't necessarily see that bias presenting until it's actually being implemented. So I wondered if you had any thoughts about how to practically implement that. Is it figuring out what sort of risk signals there are, and then maybe having, I don't know, another body like a DSMB for AI to monitor that, or is it looking at the learning environment and the data that's there? Like, how do you do that as a research ethics committee that's looking at that before it's being rolled out in prospect?
So let me just get your question right. So how are we going to implement monitoring and evaluation of AI research?
Well, no, so is the recommendation under the risk-benefit ratio when RECs are evaluating and looking for the sub-point on algorithmic bias? So usually that's before the implementation of the research. So you may not know that you're going to see it when they're at that point of reviewing. So how practically can REC members be looking for that, or are there other complementary things that have to happen over the point in the research to monitor for that, or have risk signals that would say, okay, we have to stop, or yeah, just thinking about the practicalities of algorithmic bias in research.
Okay. I haven't thought of that. That's a very good question. I would think that it's usually done before. Researchers do it beforehand, but RECs will see it after. So I think that now there's a disconnect. There's already a disconnect in looking at the algorithmic bias. So I think if we, like you said, we could have monitoring and evaluation from the start to the finish. So maybe that could be the solution. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I think that would be maybe a solution.
Great, thanks. Yeah, that's I think a really important, challenging. All of these are very, very important questions, but and I gather maybe there's a little bit of prospective review if data are coming or algorithms are coming with a prior history of training, right? Just similar to how if INREC was reviewing a phase 3 trial, they would want to know, well, what happened in the earlier phases that warrants moving on. So I don't know if there's an equivalent to that in a prospective context, as well as the monitoring, ongoing monitoring. But, so we're out of time for questions for now, but we're going to transition on to our next speaker. So thanks very much, Brenda. And I'll invite our next presenter to the podium, who's Gabrielle Samuel from King's College London. And Gabby will be presenting on reframing research ethics frameworks to include environmental sustainability. So thanks very much.
Hi, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Gabby, and as Joe said, I'm based in the UK. I'm a sociologist, but with a background in bioethics. I want to talk today about reframing research ethics frameworks to include environmental sustainability, so it's slightly different from some of the other talks. My background is generally exploring the types of issues that we've been talking about today and yesterday, looking at genomics, AI, digital health, and the ethical and social issues that related to them. And as I was doing this work, I was looking at the AI ethics guidelines, of which there are many. Effie spoke about them yesterday, and I noticed that there was a lack of discussion about the environmental impacts of AI technologies, the adverse environmental impacts. And so it made me think about if, then how we could start to think about them in our ethical discussions when we consider AI in health research. So the format of the talk is that I will describe to you, just in case you don't know, what the adverse environmental and health impacts are of AI health research. Then I will argue that there is a need for normative consideration of these impacts. I will explain that historically we haven't really thought about these in research ethics governance frameworks, and then I will propose a modification of Emmanuel et al.'s 2018 research ethics governance framework so that it can include this, similar to what Brenda did just previously. And then I will describe what this could potentially look like in practice, bearing in mind that this is all a research in progress and would welcome very much any type of feedback. So this is the anatomy of AI, which you won't be able to see in detail, but it was developed by Kate Crawford and Vladan Holler, who I think I might be pronouncing their name incorrectly. But I think the main point I wanted to get through this very complicated diagram is that AI is based on data, and data is seen as something that's virtual. We use virtual metaphors to describe it, like being in a cloud, but actually it has materiality, and that materiality has physical adverse impacts, environmental impacts. So these impacts relate to, for example, the very high energy demands that are used during AI research. So to give you an example, ICT sector has the same energy consumption as the aviation industry, just to kind of put it into perspective. And a typical algorithm, if used with NLP, natural language processing, for perhaps medical records would be equivalent to flying from San Francisco to New York, very roughly. So that just gives you a sense of the energy consumption related to the data storage, but particularly the data use when we're doing the processing with the AI. AI methodologies, because of their reliance on digital technologies, have a reliance on mining and rare minerals in particular, and this picture can describe the types of environmental impacts that come from this, including biodiversity type impacts, but also environmental justice concerns for those that are working or living around the mines. So I think that's really, really important. And there's a huge amount of e-waste associated with digital technologies. So I don't have the figures here, but I can get them if you want, but it's astronomical. And about only 20% of digital technologies are recycled. So think how often you go through like your digital phones, your laptops, etc. And that e-waste typically ends up in lower to middle income countries. It's a long, complex chain, but eventually in lower to middle income countries in e-waste dump sites. And communities emerge around these dump sites where they, in very unregulated fashion, normally come in to try and extract the minerals from the digital technologies using acid baths and so forth so that they can sell the minerals. And so researchers have come in to assess the health impacts of this and shown that carcinogenic substances and toxic substances are in pregnant women's, children's, men's bodies over 100 times what we would consider as safe standards. So again, raising environmental justice issues. And this is a book by Josh Lepowski that argues that e-waste shouldn't just be at the end. We should consider e-waste throughout the whole process of the AI life cycle, from mining to manufacturing. There are toxic emissions, there's liquid toxins, and we should consider these e-waste and really think about these as environmental justice concerns. There's also other issues, water scarcity you may have come across. So data is used in data centers, which, for example, you might have seen in the media recently, the data centers in the US where they're having droughts. The water that they need to cool down the data centers is being siphoned off from, for example, farmers that need the water to grow their crops. So there's a lot of issues that kind of need to be taken into account when thinking about data. So I argue that the adverse environmental and particularly the health impacts that come from this of AI research is particularly problematic when these technologies are used in the health context, because there appears to be an internal contradiction between the goal of improving health outcomes and the environmental and health risks due to the environmental impact. So typically in my research I ask, health for whom? And very often those least likely to benefit from our health research, not always, are the ones that are most exposed to those risks. So as such, AI health research has a special interest in addressing its adverse environmental and health impacts, not only as a matter of international priority, but also as a commitment to health. But if we look at research ethics frameworks, what we'll see is that there's no real discussion about the environment. There's implicit mentioning, but that's about it. Because historically they've, as we know, revolved around individual research participants and also communities and communitarianism. And Brenda spoke a lot about the community aspect, so I'm not going to go into it there. But what I want to make the point of is that our moral gaze has focused only on humans. So we need to question, how can we think about the environmental impacts of AI, of digital technologies, if we only have our moral gaze on humans? So I would argue there's two ways of coming at it, depending on your philosophical reasoning. So one is to keep our moral gaze on humans and argue that the environmental impacts that are caused by AI, digital technologies, affect human health. So those humans can remain, that we can expand our moral gaze to include those humans within it, and that those humans have value. Alternatively, you may prefer to consider the environment as having intrinsic value, as well as humans as having intrinsic value, in which case you'd be seen as promoting ecocentric ethics. So when you only think as your moral gaze is focusing on humans, that's anthropocentric, otherwise it's ecocentric. But both would work in a research ethics framework, such as this. So this is my modified research ethics framework. So I've only taken 4 points from Emmanuel and colleagues because these are the ones that I felt needed tweaking. So taking the social value one, which Brenda mentioned, it says that we need to consider the adverse effects must be minimized of our research endeavors. And I'd like to just make that explicit, that this includes the environment that needs to be considered. For respect for participants and community partnerships, I would like to add respect for the environment as well, and that means being attentive to the adverse environmental impacts of using digital technologies during the research and taking steps to reduce them as much as possible. For fair participant selection, I would like to split this into two. So the fair collection, storage and use of data is what we've been talking about for the last couple of days. But then to also add in the fair consideration of those affected by the research, including those affected during the manufacture, use and disposal of digital tools used during the research process. And then finally, the favourable risk-benefit ratio, similarly adding in not just those partaking in research and or affected by research outcomes as being part of that balancing equation, but also those that are affected by the manufacturing, use and disposal of digital technologies. So how could this work in practice? So I would envisage that there's two ways. One, it could be useful for researchers and research ethics committees, and secondly, it could be useful for research policymakers. Now, I'm a sociologist, so I think the latter is way, way, way more important than the former, and we've heard about a whole range of issues with overburdened research ethics committees and researchers for trying to address these issues, and micro-level issues are probably going to have least likely effects than more institutional, meso and macro-level changes. But at the researcher and research ethics committee level, there are things that can be done. We can ask where data is stored, how data is stored, please ask me about this if you've got any questions, how we can optimize algorithms for environmental considerations, and considerations of obsoleteness. And there are guidelines that have been developed around this, which there's a reference there and also in my paper in the book, so that can kind of address some of these questions. Now, I'm not suggesting that this is simplistic. So a lot of my research is exploring the issues that are involved in doing this, related to responsibilities, related to value tensions, related to lower to middle income countries not having data infrastructures or data storage, or other issues that they need to address like data sovereignty. So I understand that it is very complex, as I said, work in progress. But on the other end of the scale, research policymakers, the most important thing is to understand that increasing digital efficiency will not necessarily reduce the adverse environmental impacts unless we put constraints in place. If we don't put constraints in place, then increasing efficiency is likely to increase consumption. So it is a paradox that shows up. And we need to therefore constrain the resources that we give. This is a little bit controversial, to AI researchers. So I agree with AI research, but I'm just saying that if we could share resources, it's a bold statement, more equally between research proposals that use lower tech methodologies that are less sexy and address the social determinants of health, which have been shown to be more important necessarily in health outcomes than necessarily big tech solutions, that would go some way to starting to address some of these concerns. Bold statements, I say, they require a lot of unpacking, but I think there's something to be said for some of the discussions we had yesterday, or I had with the various people about, and we heard this morning, about questioning, do we need big tech solutions, sexy solutions for particular research outcomes, or are there other ways of getting to that point? And who is it that makes those decisions, which is really key? I think I'm running out of time. So quickly, limitations. There are still really incomplete data sets about the environmental impacts of specific AI methodologies. Carbon calculators are being developed left, right, and center that you can use to measure the energy impact, but they're carbon-centric, and they don't necessarily consider all environmental sustainability. My research is also exploring how environmental sustainability needs to also integrate with social sustainability. But I would argue that even though there is uncertainty about the environmental impacts of specific research topics, we should govern in uncertainty. And by that, I mean we should always look to be decreasing the consumption of our research practices in line with these issues, whether or not we know the exact numbers. So I'll leave it there. I hope I didn't go too much over time. Thank you very much, and I welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Gabby. That was really insightful, I thought. And I know about everybody else in the room, but when I read Gabby's paper first, I thought, like, why haven't we been talking about this all along in various areas of research that we do? So maybe a topic for future GFBR. Great, so questions or comments? Yes, in the front.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. It's wonderful. I was just thinking loud, if we can have an AI technology which is self-censoring, right? It's taking care of ESG. If that kind of a technology comes, then what would be your opinion about the...
Self-sustaining in...
Self-censoring, sorry. If the AI itself self-censors it, if, let's say, its impact on the environment is beyond the standards that are being set, then it itself regulates, the AI itself regulates itself. So.
That sounds like technological solutionism.
Yes, because that is what AI is, that it learns from the data and then takes decisions.
Yeah.
So if the data is telling it that there are environmental impacts of this type of technology, and then it starts self-censoring it.
It's an interesting, I'm not sure if it makes 100% sense, but are you suggesting that the AI can work out where its environmental impacts are and decrease them?
Yes.
That would be an amazing feat, like massive, because...
So, but then we would prefer to have that AI?
Yeah, and I'm not against AI. I feel like I need to just say that. I know that it came across that I was, but I'm all for using AI technologies where they can help, and they're enablers in every sector, and they can do so many things. But I think we mustn't see them as win-win, like if we all move to digital, we all move to data, problem solved. Because actually, there have been predictive models that show if all other sectors sort out their environmental impacts, but the digital sector doesn't, by I think it's 2050, about a third of our carbon emissions will be from the digital sector alone, because we're moving more and more to digital. So I'm not against moving to digital, I'm just saying when we do it, we need to be really careful about the fact that there are these adverse environmental impacts, and sometimes we need to think about mitigating them or not rushing to use AI without considering if it actually has some form of social value. So I don't think that answers your question, but I think your question sounds like it would be a really amazing feat, and if an AI could regulate itself to not have any environmental impacts, I'd say, and what about the social impacts, and how does that fit in? And yeah, sorry, I'm not sure that really answered your question.
So thank you, Gabby. Fantastic talk, and something for us to be really sensitive to and aware of. So we were updating our ethics book this year, and we added chapters on AI, we added a chapter on climate change, and initially started looking at the impact of climate change on health, and then realized there's also an impact of healthcare, the healthcare industry, on the environment. And so we added that dimension to the chapter. And likewise, in the AI chapter, we considered the impact of AI on the environment. So I think these are really important aspects that we need to consider. And of course, it increases the work of research ethics committees, because I mean, are we gonna tick a box for community engagement, then tick a box for climate, sensitivity to environmental impact, etc. But these are the important considerations as we move forward. Thank you.
I think they are, and the health sector, on average, is 5% contributes 5% to global national emissions for each country, but that's an average. So I think developed countries it's much higher. America's US is like 8%. I think the UK is about 6%. I think lower to middle income countries are lower. So it is a huge amount that needs to be changed. And in the health sector, there's a huge amount of activity. I know at least in the UK, which I know is leading the way, the UK NHS, but also in other countries. But in the research sector, not so much. And in all my research, when I speak to health researchers and I ask them about these issues, they say, well, we don't really need to worry about it, because either our environmental impacts are too low, so appealing to worse problems, or they see health researchers having a free pass because they're doing health research and that's intrinsically good. And that seemed to kind of counter anything else. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done, but I think the work's definitely started.
Yes.
Well, thank you for this talk. It was very interesting. I just wanted to ask you, I have seen these models that some American universities, for example, are developing, in which they are measuring, for example, the kind of hardware that is being used, the cloud provider, the number of hours in which these systems are being used in order to detect that kind of impact and energy consumption that you were just mentioning. I think the OECD recently published that. We use that in Colombia for the AI ethics framework that we have. So each project measures the energy consumption, especially within the public sector. Do you think something like this can be used in the health research and with the use of AI, like this kind of metrics, the numbers they're using to measure energy consumption? Do you see something like that becoming a standard and something that is going to be used?
Like carbon calculator, you mean, to assess the...
Yes.
Yeah. So carbon calculators are being developed. So the guidelines that are on my slides and in my paper, that's linked to a particular carbon calculator that can be used for, I think that was done around genomics research at least. So carbon calculators are great, but they're very carbon-centric, so they don't consider other environmental impacts. They also move our moral gaze on carbon, but away from social issues, which is another issue altogether. And also, they hide the messiness of the data that comes behind the carbon calculator. So actually, just as we were talking about today and yesterday about the uncertain data that goes into developing AI algorithms, it's similar with carbon trackers, right? So they often use data sets that might not be up to date, or that it's got missing information or missing data, because you need to work out the energy. So it depends where you're running your algorithm. If you're running it in Australia, where they're mainly fossil fuel, then it's going to have a really high fossil fuel energy consumption. But if you're running it in a country where you're mainly serving renewable energy, then your energy consumption in terms of carbon emissions will be much lower. So there are many, many factors that will affect your particular energy consumption, and carbon calculators try to pick up as much as possible, but we shouldn't again see them as, well, I've dealt with that problem over. And there's some really nice ethnographic work that's being conducted in France at the moment, where they're going into labs, not health, all different types of labs, and speaking to people that are using a carbon calculator that's suggested by a funding body in France to see how they're interacting with it in practice. And what he's found, this colleague, is that you do the carbon calculation and then you just carry on as normal. It doesn't change your behavior at all. So it doesn't achieve the goals of what you aimed for it to do. But I suppose it's a first step, and I think it's, yes. So in short, yeah, they're great, but a long line of issues that related to them.
Great, thanks very much, Gabby. I think we'll just open up for a few general questions for anybody within either Brenda, Gabby, or Ahmed. So me, it's Cesar, and then we can come.
Okay, thank you. Just on the last presentation, the first thing, I just wanted to say thanks very much. This is very good, because actually one of the biggest e-waste sites for disposal of electronic waste is in Accra, where you have generations almost living just on e-waste sites and using their hands to basically pick out metals from destroyed cell phones and all that. And there's a great environmental problem that the government has been struggling to clear with for many years now. But the issue is about the carbon trackers. That's my question. And I think you're right in saying that focusing on carbon actually limits our perception of the dimensions of the problem. But if we want to take in the social impact into consideration, what do you think would be useful metrics to be able to measure? Just like we have the carbon emissions, you can at least give some numbers to them whether they are exact or not. But for example, livelihoods that are destroyed, the social impact, the health damage, can we begin to think of some metric that we can use about that, or is there one in existence already?
So when it comes to metrics for social, what I'd call social sustainability, they are very much lacking, and that's one of the reasons why the focus has been on carbon as opposed to social issues. But also I think they're lacking because investment's going into trying to address environmental issues because it's seen as a sexy thing to do, as opposed to social justice issues, which are seen as less interesting for researchers. The short answer is, so therefore, there are very, very few metrics designed to assess these social issues that you mentioned. And I do believe, on one hand, I believe we need metrics to help us better articulate these issues. On the other hand, I would point to the messiness that goes behind metrics and what metrics hide. So every time we choose a metric, we're hiding other issues. And we need to be very careful about, if we're going to use metrics, what gets lost in the process. And so we're doing a lot of work now trying to think about how we can kind of land these types of issues in policy, and trying to push for both quantitative but also qualitative type case studies to be used as evidence as well, which is probably not going to work because policymakers don't like them. But this idea that metrics need to be, they need to come alongside the qualitative aspects as well, and that qualitative evidence is just as important as metrics. So I think that we need metrics, but we need to go further than metrics.
Great. I think we have time maybe for 1-2 more questions, and we should go to our breakouts. But Florencia, yes, please.
Okay. Well, I wanted to really congratulate you, Gabi. I thought it was really interesting to include this kind of thinking, which is more subtle. It brings, I think, it's a deep thinking issues. And puts in perspective technology, something that we should do all the time. It's not just yeah, I have problems because in Spanish it's the other way around. And also it's funny because I think the first article I've written when I inaugurated the journal in research in bioethics in 1996 spoke about sexy and boring issues. And I think that is exactly what you are also putting here in front. And it's not just saying it's wrong, it's saying we have to think both sides. Technology might be really good, but take care, there are some issues that have to deal with infrastructure, for example, that are really fundamental for our countries, for LMICs. So beware of what are you introducing and how, and I think this is very important also for all of us to remember that we have to go more subtle in the way we think. So thanks a lot, it was a great talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think you articulated it much better than me, so thank you.
All right, one last comment, Agatha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much once again for all the talks. My question is to Gabi for thought-provoking talk. While you were explaining us the implication of this, like, technological evolution, the pollution is really related, I think, to the amount of data that are produced, right? And where to store them, and each country having to deal with this. And I was wondering whether solutions or ideas related to open data, for example, I don't know if you looked into it, could help somehow into reducing this environmental issue, in the sense that we talked yesterday and this morning as well about issues related to accessing data and sharing data, right? But there is also, I think, a positive aspect related to accessing data across country, which could be not reproducing and restarting from scratch, building up, right, data sets. And so I think if we could connect data sets and as well as use what others have worked on instead of restarting from scratch, we could reduce potentially the amount of data that we need and that we have to, build.
Yeah, that's a really great point. So when I went to speak to health researchers in the UK about how they thought about these issues, they all pretty much said, well, we don't think about these issues. But then on reflection, when they were thinking more about their practices, one of the practices that they felt aligned quite well on reflection was their open science type practices. So exactly what you're saying, this idea that if data is more accessible, we can check the reproducibility, we can use it so we don't have to go and collect samples again. And that's the rhetoric for biobanking, right? We can reduce costs, reduce access, give ease to researchers to collect data more easily and reduce environmental costs by putting all the data together. So 100%. But I worry about the rebound effect, which is what I was talking about earlier. So rebound effects are when basically you make something more efficient, so open science, but actually behavioral and social effects lead to not the outcome that you were hoping for. And when it backfires, you have the opposite outcome. So to give you an example, you build a motorway to decrease traffic, but then you end up with more cars on the road. So these happen all the time, and economists think that this is great because it normally stimulates the economy. But actually in the environmental sector it can have quite bad environmental impacts. So if I think about open science, then I think about bigger data sets because we have more accessible data, so we need bigger algorithms to run on these data sets, so we can therefore develop more powerful, more energy hungry algorithms which will then burn more energy. And it will also, I'm not saying it will, but we need to consider that therefore we just want to collect more and more data and put more and more data in a more open access format, because we've become so obsessed that data is going to answer all of our social problems that we have and health problems, that we just need to collect more and more data. So I agree, and I think open access is brilliant and I'm all for it, but I'm also very cautious that is it just another part of that our belief that there's a moral obligation to collect more data without questioning why we're collecting data and other ways of kind of addressing problems. Like, we know that poverty is a huge issue. We don't need data to find that out. We could just, resource infrastructures to help people get out of poverty. Sorry, I'm going off on one, sorry.
All right, I think we're a bit over time, so I'm afraid I'll have to cut off questions. But thank you, Gabby, thank you, Brenda, thank you, Ahmed. Thank you all for your questions, especially Florencia for having me now think about sexy technology waste dumps. I think we should move on. We have just a reminder, the photo session is going to be right after the breakout group discussion, so please come to the front of the hotel, the steps in front of the lobby area for that. All right, thanks very much.
I hope that we all enjoyed our lunch, great food. So now we are going to continue and moving into the Pecha Kucha session. So Anant, Ben was supposed to be chairing this session, but unfortunately couldn't make it to this meeting. So I am today a small Anant, and my real name is Paul Ndebele, and I'm working at the George Washington University in the School of Public Health in Washington, D.C. I'm also serving as a member of the GW IRB. So we're now getting into this session where our colleagues here are going to present in a rushed fashion. There are 20 slides? 15 slides. 15 slides with 20 seconds per slide. Okay, so we're going to move straight into our first presenter. So our first presenter is Meshandren Naidu from the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. That's my university. Yay! So the topic is a shift to openness, open consent, and open science in AI health research in South Africa. Over to you.
Okay, this is going to be quick, guys. So just try to keep up. Okay, shut up, yeah? Oh, is that what I look like? Oh. Okay, a shift to openness, open consent, and open science in AI health research in South Africa. So what I'm looking at is more research-friendly model of consent, namely open consent. Here, one consents to a lesser extent of privacy in their personal data, namely it being freely and openly available for all. The Harvard PGP piloted this, and while there are laws that are different here, we can possibly adopt a SA-specific model that serves our context, perhaps a modified semi-open consent model. From a legal perspective, South Africa has various laws and guidelines intended to govern health research in the country. I will deal with the following briefly: the South African Constitution, the National Health Act, and PAPIA, followed by the concept of open consent within the open science framework in South Africa. The South African Constitution. I can only hope that my slides are with me. All laws derive their power/mandate from the Constitution. They also must be in line with the Constitution. It has its own jurisprudence, and at its very core, it contains metaphysical considerations which form the basis of things like dignity, autonomy, freedom. Like the metaphysical conception of personhood, which is enlightenment-based, Kantian, we are people because of our rationality. Now, this doesn't really lend itself well to the African conception of personhood. Anyway, the National Health Act. The National Health Act provides a statutory authority for the governance of health research and research ethics infrastructures. It does not really speak to the mode of consent required, but does require that there must be written consent for human biological material. The Department of Health Ethics Guidelines were a primary guide for health researchers in South Africa and were made legally binding by the Human Research Participant Regulations. These regulations, in terms of the National Health Act, require that information must be communicated as part of the consent processes. Participants in research must be informed of the purpose of the research. Thus, of course, the research must have an identifiable purpose, which seems to exclude blanket consent. Perhaps, though broad consent is possible, these regulations, although require that research with human participants, must comply with the ethics guidelines. This is subsidiary law. Oh, goodness, I'm still on track. These guidelines are legally binding on research institutions and researchers. Unfortunately, these guidelines were heavily influenced by the H3 Africa, which is problematic because it doesn't have any democratic mandate in South Africa. And it is just a partnership between grant-making institutions and researchers. These guidelines reject blanket consent and instead list narrow consent, tiered consent, and broad consent as acceptable. PAPIA. PAPIA, which is primary legislation, governs laws and ethics structures in the country. Consent here in PAPIA is specific, voluntary, and informed. The inclusion of specific consent here complicates things a little bit because specific consent is not really defined. So if we apply our general principles of statutory interpretation, there remains disagreement as to its content. A restrictive approach wouldn't really be allowed, but perhaps there is room for a broader interpretation which would allow open consent. Okay, the draft code of conduct doesn't really speak to consent so much other than the fact that they want to safeguard consent. Okay, oh yay, party time. Okay, so we have an open science framework in South Africa. So the thing that I'm really relying on the fact that we want have better access to data. And the South African government has really shared this by enacting various policies and different bodies that really speak to government regulation in this area. Oh, sorry, I forgot there's this thing here. You know, this nervous energy is just flowing all the way through me. Okay, so potentially if you're speaking about open science, like I mentioned, open consent might actually fit within that framework quite well. I haven't really spoken so much about open consent, but it really entails individuals openly donate and share their data for research. Further, to ensure that consent is informed, open consent requires participants to take and pass an examination to test their understanding. Thus, open consent can be perceived as an attempt to marry open science and the benefits associated with it, so informed consent. Is open consent supported by the Constitution and jurisprudential values in South African Constitution? Perhaps so, simply because we have various jurisprudential values that speak to openness of data. For example, freedom of scientific research. If you really want an answer to this question, which I cannot provide, you can read Amy's thesis, which will be ready in a year, where she explores this topic in great detail. And to conclude, is open consent contradicting PAPIR? Well, it really depends on how specific consent is defined in PAPIR, which we don't really know. If you look at the framework, perhaps yes, perhaps not, the classic legal answer. And yeah, I think I'm done. I'm very tired. Goodbye.
And I was just thinking, PAPIR. But what did he eat during lunch? Or what did he drink? I'm wondering. That was an energetic presentation, so thank you so much for that great presentation. And the next presenter is going to be Derek Aarons, all the way from the Caribbean Public Health Agency in Jamaica. And he's going to talk about a regulatory framework for AI health research in the Caribbean. Over to you, Derek.
Thank you, Paul. Artificial intelligence algorithms may be used to detect a number of illnesses and diseases, but to protect the participants in research endeavors, robust and appropriate regulations should occur for AI research, and this should be implemented across all Caribbean countries. In 2015, the Caribbean Public Health Agency presented to the Ministers of Health in the Caribbean community a green paper proposal to regulate the conduct of research to protect the inhabitants within the region. However, this draft legislation is yet to be written. Further, with the current accelerated use of AI in the collecting and processing of health data for research, and its discovering associations in health data and its use in assessing impacts for interventions in health, Research Ethics Committee members will need update in this regard. Currently, there are 23 Research Ethics Committees across the Caribbean, and most do not have the AI expertise or experience to conduct an appropriate risk-benefit assessment, evaluate the models of consent appropriate as presented by researchers, and assess any complex algorithms to be used in the AI health research. Consequently, the proposed draft regulations to be written for Caribbean region should be updated to require Research Ethics Committee members to undergo annual updates, training to keep up to date and abreast of new developments. At these update training sessions, Research Ethics Committee members should be required to discuss particular challenges implementing AI in Caribbean research, including inadequate access to reliable and affordable internet and unreliable electricity supply infrastructure across many communities. Also, the inadequate human resources, too little education, and insufficient skills among the local populations, inadequate local investments, and the risk of job losses that AI and automation may produce. These deliberations will provide better insight when research protocols are being evaluated. The new regulations should also address the specific challenges posed to consent, privacy, and security. and the power imbalances existing between the AI data collectors and research participants to engender public trust in the research endeavors. In addition, the regulation should stipulate the need for public engagement in all research projects by requiring the involvement from the conceptual stages of community representatives and representatives from vulnerable and marginalized groups where the research may involve them. The community representatives would assist in informing on the design of the research, in identifying and mitigating unforeseen risks, in assessing possible local and community benefits, and in facilitating transparency. With the expansion of the scope of these draft regulations in seeking to protect not only individuals and their interests, but also to balance the risks and benefits to the society, a more robust, if not comprehensive, research ethics framework would have been facilitated. This comprehensive research regulatory framework that I'm recommending to the countries of the Caribbean would address the new realities and challenges posed by the use of artificial intelligence in health-related research. Consequently, it is now opportune to update the model draft legislation for the countries of CARICOM, which was approved in 2015, to be prepared by the legal draftsmen at the CARICOM headquarters in Guyana to address many of the new ethical issues posed by AI in health research. This following slide is a summary of the Green Paper proposal that was made to the Caribbean Ministers of Health in 2015, which was approved unanimously for implementation, but not yet enacted, now 7 years later. This needs to be done for us in the Caribbean. And these are my references, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Derek. In the Caribbean, would say this was cool. Wonderful. So we're now going to move on to our next presentation, and the title is How to Translate Universal Principles to Local Realities, and this is going to be the Chilean experience on AI. And we have no one other than Sofía Celes from Clínica Alemana Universidad del Desarrollo de Chile.
Thanks, Paul. May I have the first slide? Oh, sorry. Thanks to the organizers of this meeting for giving me the opportunity to attend this important forum after a 2-day-long flight. I will discuss the Chilean experience in elaborating an artificial intelligence guideline as a proposal to translate universal principles into local realities. I will focus on 4 main topics. I will discuss some lessons obtained from the Moral Machine experiment. Then I will give a critical appraisal regarding current guidelines. I will discuss the Chilean experience in writing its own AI guidelines, and I will finish with some recommendations. The computed brain of a self-driving car has the ability to learn and make decisions based on experience. Key question is whether the driverless car should keep the baby or the grandma as a modern version of the old trolley dilemma. Ethical questions such as these challenge the development of these vehicles. In 2018, Awad set up an online platform where he obtained decisions from millions of people in different countries. They were presented with scenarios about what should the self-driving car do. The data generated provided insight into the collective ethical priorities of different cultures. Although there were strong preferences for sparing human lives, there were considerable differences across countries. For example, participants from the South spared those with a higher status, suggesting that humans experience cultural dissimilarities in the moral domain, making it difficult to have a universal moral code. With respect to the challenges of machine ethics, there is consensus regarding some important principles. However, the way how these principles are implemented in different settings need to be addressed locally according to the culture and context where AI is deployed. In different areas of research, it has been documented that researchers from the Global South are underrepresented, even when the focus of the paper is based on this region. Likewise, most of the present guidelines on AI are written by specialists from the Global North. This South Up roadmap emphasizes that being in the South can influence how we look at these moral issues. Although there is a global convergence around ethical principles, there is substantive divergency in relation to how these principles should be interpreted across different countries. The Chilean initiative is aimed to have local standards on the development and use of AI. To elaborate this national policy, the Chilean National Council of Innovation for Development organized several initiatives to develop our own guidelines in order to position the country as a world hub for data science. To develop this policy, there were meetings in each of the country's region and several workshops in which AI was examined from multiple perspectives and disciplines. Additionally, there was a public consultation process. After a thorough analysis, the first Chilean AI policy was launched in 2020. The policy is based in 4 principles, focused on the well-being of people, sustainable development, inclusive AI, and globalized AI. Moreover, every action related to AI must be approached in an interdisciplinary manner. This policy has 3 main axes. Enable factors focuses on the development of talent and technological infrastructure. Development and adoption include basic and applied research. Ethics and regulatory aspects, including discussions around human-machine interaction and gender issues. I would like to emphasize the importance of diversity on adequate team performance and on developing guidelines that will have local acceptance. As shown by the Chilean experience, it is possible to have broad participation in the development of new guidelines, including groups that have been historically relegated. An example of the responsible use of AI is the recently launched project Irene Salud. The integrated risk examination for the new elderly estimated the risk of loss of functionality in older adults. The predictive model was developed using AI and machine learning methods. In conclusion, it is important that these policies take into account the nation's own cultural and social values, and also the singularities and challenges of the country, avoiding value imperialism. As shown by the Chilean experience, this is possible. Thank you very much.
We were in Chile. Now we are going to cross over to Africa. And we have Oluchi, who is going to talk to us about developing a governance framework for data science health research in Nigeria. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Oluchi Maduka from the Center for Bioethics and Research, Nigeria. I'll be speaking to you on an overview of the governance framework for data science health research in Nigeria. So in 2021, with funding from the NIH, we began to look at, under the DSI Africa Consortium, we began to look at the ethics of data science health research in Nigeria. The project is called the BRIDGE LC, acronym for Bridging the Gaps in the Ethical, Legal, and Social Implications of Data Science Health Research. Here are the other members of the team. That's my beautiful portrait there. So we are looking at data science. Data science has enormous implications for healthcare. However, it raises a lot of issues that we have been discussing for the past 2 days on the content and quality of consent, ownership of data, privacy, benefit and harms to individuals. And no, these issues are particularly important for LMICs like Nigeria, where regulations are evolving. And now at the Bridge LC project, what are we doing? We are looking at the existing governance framework as a foundation for the development of novel governance framework for data science health research in the country. We are looking at the existing laws. What do these laws say? How can they be improved? What can be done? And what are the gaps? So the Bridge LC project has several components. We are looking at the existing laws. We are also doing a survey, the knowledge, attitude, and practices of stakeholders to the current and emerging LC of data science health research. We're also engaging stakeholders. We are talking to a lot of people to develop this novel governance framework, and we're implementing training and mentoring in data science health research and general capacity building for data science health research. So what I'm talking to you about is the result of the specific M1. That is the methodology we used for the specific M1. It's purely a legal research, case law analysis, text analysis. We relied primarily on primary and secondary data, and we identified specific themes that are common in data science health research. Now, we first of all, we identified some questions, which are, what are these laws that provide framework for data science health research in Nigeria? And are these laws sufficient? For example, do they answer questions about the identified health data, secondary use of health data, commercialization of data, tissue, and then what are these gaps? And then here are the themes that were common in some of these laws that we looked at. The issue of discrimination, ownership of data, transfer. Do they protect communities, cultures, and groups? Because we considered what AI can do, it can cause harm. The identification of data, informed consent. And then this is the extant governance framework we looked at. Legislation, case law, regulations, guidelines. And then what has been missing from our discussion for the past 2 days is the role of case law. These laws that we have, how are the courts interpreting it? And now in Nigeria, we are seeing insight. Courts are saying even pictures, things that are publicly available, the courts are saying you need the consent of the owner. And now these are some of the questions, how these laws address these questions. And now if you look at the National Code of Health Research Ethics, is the framework that responded to some of all the issues that we raised. That is the framework that addresses health research governance in Nigeria. It applies throughout the federation. And then this second table, it is the themes and how the laws responded to some of these themes on the issue of consent, privacy, cultures, groups. You see that the laws address consent, privacy, rights of data subject, dignity. Overall, Nigeria has a robust framework. Data privacy and protection. The laws cover a whole lot of things: confidentiality, consent, participant, protection of cultures. However, there are gaps in the area of the identified health data, anonymized data, and publicly available data, how we use them for research. Recommendations. We are saying that there is need for the development of novel governance framework, which we are doing, that builds on existing laws and includes broad stakeholders' engagement, and it ensures protection of participants, researchers, and their products, and builds trust in the whole country. We acknowledge the support and staff of the Center for Bioethics and Research. 2 of our faculty members are here, and then we also appreciate the NIH for funding. Thank you.
I could see, Oluchi moving with us, flying across Nigeria from one state to the other. So thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Now we are going to move on to our next presentation on adaptability of India's health data regulations. And our next presenter is going to be Rupanjali from the Duke University in the United States of America. United States of America in India.
Well, I have to acknowledge there is some technical glitch with my presentation, so just in case the slides freeze, may pardon me. Okay. I'll try to keep pace. Okay, start. So most of us would have heard about the laws of learning in psychology. Where did it go? Okay, yeah. But do the laws in legal and policy space, are they learning? So I attempted to understand this question by analyzing the laws and policies of India in health data sector. It's part of my doctoral research in which I used qualitative research methods to answer this question. Adaptive regulation enables regulatory learning. It's an iterative process of decision making where multiple sequential decisions are made based on new information and changing circumstances. On the other hand, static laws are designed at the outset to regulate for perpetuity, which are not suitable for complex situations which often demand flexible and nimble approach. There are the 6 broad features of adaptive regulation of making laws learn: assessing risk and uncertainties, broader and fuller impact assessment, monitoring and evaluation, iterative decision making. These are based on the systematic review of literature and are basically culled from the perspective of a learning-oriented decision-making process. I got it. So these 6 features are embedded in the form of an adaptive regulatory cycle, and each of the 3 stages have adaptive features in pre-implementation, implementation, and post-implementation. The cycle is a contribution of my dissertation research and is developed to depict the importance of adaptiveness in the life cycle of a regulatory process. I analyzed 6 federal law and policy documents of India, including the National Digital Health Mission policy documents, and based on content analysis, the policies show high presence of 3 adaptive features of monitoring and evaluation, iterative decision-making, and public participation, whereas it is low in the other 3. The interview analysis of 10 stakeholders suggests that interagency coordination indicates low prevalence in India, whereas iterative decision-making and public participation indicate high prevalence in practice, and the remaining 3 features indicate moderate prevalence in practice. Combining the document and interview analysis shows there are 2 features where the sector is more adaptive in practice than on the books, which are highlighted by blue rectangles, and 1 feature where it is less adaptive in practice than on the books, that is a red rectangle called monitoring and evaluation. And this is in sync with the interview analysis, which suggests that the policy revisions are not informed by formal policy evaluations. A very high-level comparison of health data law of US and India shows that the 2 countries are similarly adaptive in 2 features, that is assessing risk and uncertainties and iterative decision-making, but India is less adaptive than US in 4 other features. This could be attributed to the nascence of health data laws and policies in India. How the laws could learn better, I have developed a normative framework. This is where the slide is going to freeze. It has frozen. So this is based on the review of best practices. It will come, I think, in one go towards the end. The idea to show this slide was just that the research has been done to find what are the best practices recommended in each of the 6 adaptive features, because the next set of slides which are going for recommendations for India are based on the best practices which you just saw. So I have recommended an adaptive regulatory cycle for India to address the gaps highlighted in my research, primarily to make the regulatory process more consultative, to strengthen monitoring and evaluation of laws and policies, and similar regulatory cycle could potentially be useful for other low and middle income countries. For health data sector specifically, it is recommended that we should introduce structured decision-making processes like risk assessment and regulatory impact assessment. However, they should be suitable to the context, resources, and capacities of India. To address less structured and less transparent monitoring and evaluation, it is recommended that there should be prior planning of relevant data collection at the design stage of laws and policies, and monitoring and evaluation information should be put in public domain and also used to inform future lawmaking and to make policy adjustments. This is an iterative sector and a lot of changes are happening in practice. However, these policy changes are not based on planned evaluations. These are based on stakeholder feedback or learning from pilot programs, which are often not documented. Therefore, it's recommended that to improve regulatory learning, there should be more emphasis on formally evaluating the policy interventions and publishing the results and the methods deployed. And lastly, the gap of less interagency coordination in health data sector is based on both document and interview analysis, and it's recommended to strengthen existing interministerial consultation processes and conduct multi-agency policy reviews to improve cross-agency coordination. Overall, most of India's analyzed health data policies are still evolving. Therefore, before India begins to use AI in health research, it should create a more adaptive framework of health data policy so it can best learn and improve how AI is working and address any ethical issues which arise in the process of using AI in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. now we know lots more about the landscape in India. So during this session, we were in South Africa and then went to the Caribbean and then went to Chile and then Nigeria and then India. A big applause for all our presenters. So now I'm going to hand over to Catherine, who is going to chair the next session. So thank you very much, everyone.
I seem to be missing my panelists. Oh, okay, first and foremost, some housekeeping issues. Everyone open your phones. You should have been emailed now, I think. Adrian? Yes, from Lauren? Everyone has got, you need to vote. Okay, I'll give you a minute or two to reflect. And then we'll start the sessions. In the meantime, I'm going to call up the panel members of the concluding. This is the home stretch, everyone. Before that, the little travels home. Apologies in advance for your travels home. Yeah, you have to do it now, because if you look at the agenda, we're announcing it before 4 o'clock when we all have to leave. Okay, panel members, panel members. Everyone reflecting? Everyone voting? Are you swapping the order, Ross?
Oh yeah, no, I thought you'd go by
You want me to go? Yeah?
No, see, we flip it around.
Which order do you want to go in? Any preference?
Let's go by what's written.
Okay. Have you all voted? Put your hand up if you voted. God, I'm short. Okay, almost. No cheating, no looking at other screens. Okay, one more minute. Oh, it gives Adrian time to bring the mics. Are we taking questions? 5 to 7? Okay. Right, we're going to kick off. Okay, as I said, this is the home straight. I think we should always have petch coochies after lunch. It's the key, isn't it, to the energizing everyone. So this sessions, in the past we've often done where we've brought back and reflected on all the working group discussions, but it's too much. I think it's too much. And we're going to have a report, and that report with all the note takers will reflect on all the discussions, so that will be covered. This is really about a reflection on some of the key take-home messages that our panelists, from our panelists' perspective, but also about, because we have a case study format, we may not have covered every critical issue there is in this area. So it's also capturing food for thought, some of those other issues that may have not been captured in the discussions. So we're going to have, with that in mind, we've got 5 panelists. I'm going to ask them to do 2 things. One is in about, I'll give you 7 minutes because I'm feeling generous, and that means you might get less questions, max 7 minutes. But you have to face the questions like all the speakers as well. So yeah, they're going to reflect on 1 or 2 of the thoughts of what they found critically important about the meeting, and then a future look of food for thought. And because I've set them that task, I think it's only fair that I set myself that task in a mini kind of window. And what's really struck me, especially in terms of my work at WHO, I think when Effie was saying about we've got to be careful not to exceptionalize AI, I think when you're at a meeting about AI in research, it's hard not to exceptionalize it to some extent. But we've also seen the relationship between AI, other technologies, but also the last talk of the morning session and the environment. And I think if we don't understand that interconnectivity, we run the risk of really poor governance. We run the risk of contradictory and inheriting potentially bad governance. I mean, is that what's happening with the data? Is that we're inheriting governance mechanisms in the AI space from data that maybe aren't 100% fit for purpose? So really for me, thinking about harmonization, and I've deliberately used the word harmonization across our WHO guidance documents. So how to do that? It's also reinforced the important role of our member states, but at the same time, I think we have to acknowledge that member states alone do not have sole responsibility for governance in this space, and that all of us in this room have elements of responsibility. There's some sort of equilibrium we have to strike between hard and soft law, and where that sits, I don't know. But also, I think there's a clear need to educate policymakers. That came across really strongly. If they don't understand AI or the implications, they're not going to regulate or legislate well. And that's where I think this community does come in. And that fits into a bigger piece of work we're really looking on that came out of COVID. And this is what I call the translation gap that we've got in ethics. How do we get better and more effective at translating ethics into policy making? With that, I'm going to stop. They're my reflections, and then I'm going to run the list, not in the order in which they've sat, but in the order it's on the program. So Ross Upshur, you are first. I'm going to give you 7 minutes max, and then we'll go down the list.
Thank you, Catherine. So my tactic of sitting far away obviously didn't have its intended effect, so that I wouldn't be the first one to speak. So first, let me thank Catherine, Adrian, and Lauren for their superb organization and all of bringing us all together. The GFBR is really truly one of the highlights of the year for me, and it's a great privilege and honor to be up here today. I also want to thank my new teachers at Group 7. We had five wonderful breakout conversations. I learned an awful lot during these. And I just also want to apologize, because when I'm a Canadian and Canadians apologize a lot, but we weren't able to hold the last GFBR in Toronto. And I know you're lamenting the fact that you missed snow and sub-zero weather, that you would much rather be experiencing that than the beautiful blue skies in the Cape and the lovely wine that we have here. So it's also nice just to be somewhere where we're not talking only about COVID. So some key takeaways for me. So artificial intelligence and machine learning, this whole data-driven approach is a bit amorphous, but of course it's now a ubiquitous part of our lives. So where the research begins and where the sort of typical use of data begins is unclear. So part of me was thinking, is this old wine in a new bottle or new wine in an old bottle, to sort of have a viniculture metaphor in the Cape. So we actually probably don't know how much of ourselves is out there in the cloud, how many virtual cells we have in data. And I think really we were talking about the importance of human subject protection. And we need to protect ourselves from ourselves, because we're now entering an era of data greed, to be honest. People have a thirst for data. Data is the new gold. There's a lot of money to be made. And we also have an anxiety and frustration. We want to get to the things that enable us to use data as quickly as possible. So a classic example is an app. We heard talk about the terms and conditions. And everybody just clicks, yeah, I agree. And you could have given away your children. You could have given away any number of things in the 60 pages of very transparent but densely written language. So we need to get around this ambivalence about consent. for the use of health information. This is not new to AI. It's certainly something that I faced in work with health services research data. And depending on the framing of the question, people will say they either need to be consented, they need to know every possible use, or if you frame the question slightly differently, no, they don't want to have any, just use it. So we need to, I think there's been a lot of discussions around consent. A lot of these issues were raised in genomic database discussions and database research, and they kind of carry over to AI, just like community engagement. So these are kind of perennial themes we've had at virtually every GFBR I've been at, and they sort of populate the length of concern, ethical concern here. So I think it's going to be very difficult to find ways to regulate AI, and we had interesting discussions about hard versus soft law. And I think the opportunity really is that research ethics boards can play a key role. So there's a large number of uses of artificial intelligence. We're all experiencing it right now because we all have GPSs on our phones, and every time we access our phone, it's sending data stream somewhere. But for health research, I think is a smaller part of the sort of data ecosystem. And this is where I think research ethics boards can play an incredibly important role. And I think we saw some excellent examples, particularly this morning, of how ethics review committees can be prepared to actually think and ask critical questions about AI. And I think that's actually one of the key roles that ethics can play, is asking these critical questions. When a proposal comes, is artificial intelligence the approach that we need? Is it necessary? How is it that it has become a priority in the first place? Whose interests are generating this? I mean, it was interesting to see the presentation, I think yesterday, in Botswana, there's a shortage of dermatologists, so why not use a computer? But when you think of all of the costs, when we heard about the ecological costs of creating an infrastructure to support a digital approach to dermatology, you might be able to actually afford a few dermatologists or other healthcare providers or train them up. So is it necessary, or is it just the new shiny thing?
You know I'm going to stop you in about 10 seconds, don't you?
10 seconds? Am I finished already? So two quick things that we didn't talk about. Data destruction policies, how eternal are the data. I have a desire, we now produce way more data than we can actually store. So my job is in the future is the chief amnestic officer. So you have to sit there and figure out which data to delete and forget. So just like human intelligence, which has, cognitive decline, artificial intelligence has its own form of Alzheimer's disease. And the other thing we didn't hear about today, which is often discussed in artificial intelligence, is the existential risk that could be posed by general artificial intelligence. So it's like the big risk that can actually end humanity. But so I'll stop on that cheerful note and hand over. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. You can tell I live in Switzerland now, can't you? The clock. We're going to be good with time. So I'm not going to take questions yet. We'll hear from everyone. So I'm going to ask Tek Chuan Vu, otherwise known as TC, if he would like to go next, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So it's hard to go after Ross to say something intelligent, but I'll do my best. Just like to echo his sentiment that really GFBR is one of the best conference to go to because it's really a time to talk and hear from people whom you otherwise never meet other than in this particular forum. Right? So I'm a member of the Bioethics Advisory Committee in Singapore, and we're also developing an ethics guideline for researchers. And it's very hard to scope it because there are many other stakeholders like developers and so forth, right? So it's very hard to sort of put the research ethics framework on these other entities. I just like to focus on the idea of AI exceptionalism, which was mentioned by Catherine and also by Effie explicitly during various times of this forum. So exceptionalism is an idea that is often used in bioethics. There is genetic exceptionalism, which is the idea that genetic information may or may not be as different from any other sort of medical information or personal information. There's also research pandemic exceptionalism, which is a paper published by Alex London, which suggests that even if there's a need to accelerate medical products to fight a pandemic, we shouldn't sort of lower our scientific standards. So these are the kind of ideas about exceptionalism, right? Whether or not we ought to stick to the norms or change them in order to, because of the special nature of the thing that we're considering. So I was really struck by that, but I think this idea is implicit in the talks of the last two presenters, Brenda Odero and Gabriel Samuel. So Gabriel suggests that we should look at environmental assessment and reduction impact as part of the research ethics agenda, right? So this already suggests, and I asked her during she's part of my group, and I asked her during our discussion whether or not she is sort of creating a duty to reduce environmental impact as a duty on all researchers. So this means that this idea is not specific to AI research but applies to all research. And she said that her idea is actually applied to all citizens, to our role as citizens to reduce the environmental impact. So if this is true and we accept that, it seems to suggest that the way we look at research ethics shouldn't just be limited to researchers, participants, research ethics committees, and then sometimes we think about funders, sponsors, journal editors. But really think about all of us as citizens, right? How we can sort of support the research agenda in ways that we might not necessarily think about. So that's one thing. So is that really something specific to AI? I'm not sure. But let's think about what Brenda said about fair selection of participants. So she said that fairness is to be based on, in terms of selection of participants, it has to be based on scientific importance and not convenience. Right? Already this tells us something about fairness. Fairness is sort of determined by the scientific question or hypothesis that researchers want to look at. Right? But it seems to me that sometimes convenient data that's out there in decentralized things like social media, etc. These are potentially data that you can sort of mine and reap and be part of your data set to do your research, right? And improve outcomes for all. So really this suggests that, maybe there's not so much a dichotomy between scientific importance and convenience. Maybe these are both important things in AI data-driven research. And then she talked about ensuring, and I think all of us think about ensuring inclusivity, diversity of the data. Right? So suppose a researcher says, I only want to look at the Chinese population. That is the scope of my research question. Whatever AI stuff I'm doing. And he's saying, look, you ought to sort of expand the inclusivity, look at the Malays, look at the Chinese, look at the Westerners in the Singapore context, for example. So already you are changing the research question, right? So we can think of this as part of the nature of increasing the utility and social value of the research. But again, this is not something that say IRBs or research ethics committees typically ask researchers to do, to change the research question in those ways. Right? So really this suggests to me that we are in some sense changing the norms, and maybe AI is not exceptional, but it does provide a springboard for us to think about the way we all think about research ethics norms. Thanks.
So I knew TC would stick to time because he's from Singapore. And like Switzerland, next we have Kenneth Moodley, who's from just down the road and is the only panelist without glasses. You're up! Okay, we have a bias. We have a bias on the panel.
Well, there's already a bias. I'm the only woman on the panel. No, you're not part of the panel. So, I think the last few days have been exciting and interesting, and we've had so many different contributions from different parts of the world that has been absolutely amazing. One of the prominent concepts that came up in many presentations was data bias in various forms. Nobody mentioned the pulse oximeter that we were all familiar with during the pandemic, and we were all busy measuring our oxygen saturation levels at home, which was wonderful, to have a point-of-care diagnostic available during such a difficult time. But of course, we all know that there were issues around how these oximeters were developed in terms of the data, and how people with pigmented skins had their oxygen levels underestimated as a result of this, using pulse oximeters. And this is a very important application in terms of how data bias impacts on AI. You know, people have described data as the oxygen of AI. And I think it's so important. You know, we've had these sort of cyclical discussions about data and AI and data. They are distinctly different in some respects, but inextricably linked overall. And so you cannot really have a discussion without thinking of both data and AI as they exist in either a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle, depending on the level of bias that may exist in data. But in addition to research-related data, there's also the issue of publication bias, and that also came out in some of the discussions. So when Sky Mago Journal publishes, rankings of countries in Africa, what data are they using? According to our research, they are using data from Scopus, and Scopus publishes data in 40 different languages. So when they rank countries in Africa, they are taking into account all the countries in Africa and ranking them according to research output, according to Scopus. There may be a level of bias inherent in that as well, but when there is so little data available where sub-Saharan Africa is concerned, one is often forced to use existing data out there. With language differences across the continent, that brings more challenges in data collection where research is concerned. And we know the golden principle of always getting primary sources of data may not be possible when one is looking at Francophone countries and Lusophone countries where the data exists but in secondary formats. So these are the various ways in which bias is playing itself out in data and is really important. And as we already discussed, for research ethics committees, to pay attention to sources of data when protocols are being reviewed. Now, I think globally we need to think about how our global community has evolved over time. We are now looking at a much more diverse global population in various parts of the world. The distinction that used to exist between the global north and the global south is no longer there. As populations migrate, we know a number of people in this room originally from Africa are now working in various parts of the United States and Europe. People have migrated, and we have populations now around the world that are much more diverse than they used to be, which is why data poverty is such a threat, and why we need rich data representative of people from all over the world, from different ethnicities, different gender definitions, etc. And so more and more we need to ensure that data from Africa is represented. Of course, there are challenges where this is concerned. There are asymmetrical power relationships that have been raised, and we need to go back to looking at things like the Research Fairness Initiative that has been widely promoted by CORED, and look at how we can ensure that these asymmetrical power balances are addressed. And as a concluding thought, I think we also, as people who work in the research ethics world, need to understand that perhaps in time our power will be gone. And we need to imagine a world where privacy is not valued, where all our data is out there, whether we like it or not, and that soon we may not really be able to regulate the extent to which that is happening. If you haven't watched the movie The Circle, please do, because it takes us into a world where privacy has disappeared. And we all know that our phones are listening to us as we speak, that our movements are being tracked via mobility data. Our health insurance companies are monitoring and sharing our data with other sources. And to a large extent, I think we are losing control over where our data is going. Thank you.
Thanks, Kamathri. I think reimagining our digital future is hard a hard concept, and the only concept at the moment we have is control, and maybe we need to rethink control and governance. But that's the next meeting, maybe. Next speaker is Armando Guillaume from Harvard University. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. So thank you very much. It has been a real pleasure and honor to be here. Although I'm affiliated to a center at Harvard University, the Berman Klein Center. I have been working a lot with Latin American countries. I'm from Colombia, so it has been a real pleasure being here and sharing this experience. And as I said, working with governments, I have seen all these presentations, how these issues have been addressed, the analysis that have been made, and I think there are many interesting things to take from here for the implementation with governments and national authorities. I think, at least from my side, I'm very passionate about this discussion on regulation. I think that there are some interesting elements there, and I also have to say that my perspective has been more general. I have been working more on the general scope of AI policy, national strategies. Of course, this concentration on the health sector it's crucial. It's vital for the future of these general discussions. But from there, I would like to say that I think on the regulatory discussion, I would like to gather more evidence. I think that we're on a right path of discussing and having this regulatory discussion, but definitely I would like to see more evidence and to experiment a little bit more with regulation and with technologies, even within the health sector. So I think there are some mechanisms that can be put in place, like for example, regulatory sandboxes that were discussed, policy prototyping, other tools that the health sector has that can be quite interesting to explore before getting into a full hard law discussion. I think, and I advocate for that. And as I said, if we get some good experience from this regulatory experimentation, these sandboxes, or many other related projects, then perhaps we can have a more clear view of the regulation and where to take it. And that for the health sector, I think it's crucial. And that's something also for all of us to consider. So for example, if there's a risk to privacy, definitely we would like to measure and see what the real risk for privacy is. It's not only a matter of because this can be invasive, but actually because we know that that's what is going on. And I think these spaces are worth it to explore a little bit more. I think Singapore, for example, has had a lot of experience with sandbox, and many other countries have, and I think it's a good idea to consider this. At the same time, I think there's a topic that I would like also that could be further discussed and in this kind of events, and it's about funding and the research. So sometimes we will face that big challenge of, okay, this sounds great, or these are very interesting projects, but what about the funding? What about the resources available in order to continue with this kind of efforts? And from there, I think there's a big actor that perhaps we need to explore more in these kind of events, and it's also development banks and multilateral banks. I think they're willing to look into this kind of research and to see the effects that it has on the policy-making arena, but definitely it's necessary to bring them, and that will require, of course, perhaps thinking of how to bring all these entities that are working right now on this. I have to say that in Latin America, we have an accelerated agenda on AI, and I think that's because especially some development banks are playing a key role in this way, and especially in promoting the use of this technology and the responsible use of this technology. So that's something that I think it's also good to consider in a general and global basis. From there, other element that perhaps from my government experience I think it's worth considering is that we are going to, when we are looking into all these proposals, you will see that there will be a lot of, perhaps of challenges, and I think one of the biggest challenges is to understand bureaucracies, to understand governments, and to understand authorities that are going to implement many of these of the things that are being proposed. And studying bureaucracies, even the bureaucracy of ethics, is something that is worth considering, and I think that you really see how interesting it is to see how these governing bodies work, how these ethical committees work at this level of bureaucracy, not as a bad word, but bureaucracy also as a term of the organization, the coordination levels, and all the individuals that are involved in this process. And that's something that when you put this discussion into that level, it's going to also have a very pragmatic approach. And finally, I would like to say that I'm very interested about the spillovers of all the research on health ethics and AI. I think this is going to have an effect, just as the financial sector and many other sectors have had on general discussions. I'm sure that this is going to have a global effect and at the same time an effect on national strategies and many other national and general policies and regulations. So, of course, you can think that this can be limited or concentrated into the health sector, but actually I think it's going to have a lot of influence in many other sectors, and the health sector has been a pioneer in many of the things that are now being tested in many other sectors and areas. So this is something that you have to be responsible about and also know that of the effects of this. And finally, I think, and this has been great also to consider, for example, some kind of global action. At the same time, I think that we have seen a lot of national cases, national case studies, national efforts, but it will be also very interesting to see, and I think it's a step forward to a global action on health, ethics, AI, and the future of these topics. I think that, for example, thinking on reducing some of the fragmentation, we have a risk of excessive fragmentation on the principles that are being applied. I think there has to be some kind of harmonization. I think that it is time for a global action or global response to many of these questions that we have. I can see many of the key points discussed here being discussed in Latin America, in Asia, and many other countries around the world, and I think that from there we can look into something that can be of a global reach. So those are my points, and thank you again for having me in this event. Thanks.
Thanks, Armando. I think it's great that you use the word experiment. I think we have to be a bit more honest that this is a work in progress, and the degree of uncertainty around the way that we govern going forward. And it's the same with, I think, when Pak Kyung was earlier saying about community engagement. We have to be honest that we know that the value of that is great, but the mechanisms for how we do it, we just don't know which completely yet are the best mechanisms in different settings, and that again is not unique to AI. And the other important development bank and other sectors, I think there's also opportunity costs associated with these technologies. So having health economists working with bioethicists, I also think is critically important. So we've got our final speaker. It's Cesar Atura, who's at the University of Ghana and at the University of Oxford. He may be a migrating individual.
Well, thank you very much. After everybody has spoken and everything has been said, what can I say? Yeah, I just want to share sensations, thoughts, feelings, ideas from these past few days. We seem to be facing two moments. One is, how can we adapt and adjust the existing tools we have to handle these new challenges that are emerging? So I think artificial intelligence is doing a great job because it is pushing our paradigms, our forms of informed consent, the role of ethics committees, data, all these things to a limit that is stretching our paradigm. And whenever we find ourselves in those circumstances, I think there are two things that we ought to be doing. On the one hand, to find the immediate solutions, we need to keep adjusting the paradigm. On the other hand, we need to also take two steps back and ask ourselves whether this paradigm is actually adequate. Because the paradigm will fall. Kemantri mentioned, we've built a whole research culture on, privacy of our data, and we can no longer even hold it together. And many other things that we are used to will fall. So what I'm going to try to do in these next few minutes is, since a lot has been said about what to do now, let's try and think 25 years from now? Let's try and imagine. In the first place, and this emerged from a conversation just after lunch with Jantina, and she kind of sowed a seed in my head. And the question is, with all these interventions in artificial intelligence, what type of world do we want in 25 years? And who should be benefiting from it? Who are we really doing all this for? In whose interest? And if we answer that question well, then it may guide our activities. That's one. And that question leads me to say that, we're talking about AI exceptionalism. But AI emerges out of a reality of existing structural injustices and biases. And therefore, we talk about data bias, we talk about power imbalances and all that. These are already embedded in the world in which AI emerged. AI alone cannot solve them. Therefore, when we're looking at these issues, we need to, yes, address the immediate questions, but then we also need to take a broader look. And that broader look, in my opinion, involves certain three theoretical questions. The first thing is, data, which is at the basis of AI. What is data? I mean, we are living data. And we're dropping data all around as we just breathe. Now, data, just like many things that exist, in themselves are neither good nor bad, but they acquire a value from a perspective. And this is where values comes in and normative thinking comes in. Therefore, for a researcher, what is the value of data? For a private company, what value is data? For a government, what value is data? And do our values coincide? And ethics is about trying to dovetail those different values in a fair way. And that is a problem that we haven't actually addressed. Why are we interested in data? And what does this data mean to you? And why is ownership of data so important? And are your intentions honest? Are they altruistic? Are they fair? These are the ethical questions that we should be asking. Then, how many more minutes do I have? 2. Okay. So, data. What is research? Okay. And what is artificial intelligence? So, I'll just not answer those questions. But then, the third pole that I just wanted to stop on is this. You see, one thing that is emerging more and more is our greater interdependence. And, I mean, once we move into the digital realm, borders and barriers that we could actually establish physical no longer have the same meaning. This means that, our ethics, the whole ethical challenge is about how to maintain healthy relationality. Now, because in the end, actually, if you were alone in this world, if all of us were like alone on our planet, would we need ethics? It's all about relationality. It's all about relationships and keeping those relationships healthy. So, the more we are interdependent, the more we need to have an ethics that is grounded on relationality. And our way of doing ethics that starts from autonomy, consent, and all that are not grounded on relationality. Which means that our basket of ethical tools will need to start thinking more about things like solidarity and really create instruments to be able to apply them. And then, in our greater interdependence of power, we can appeal to other principles like subsidiarity. Anyway, I think Catherine is telling me that I've finished. So since
Fairness.
end here,
Fairness, value of
right,
fairness.
fairness. So I'm going to stop here. But you know, we have to be optimists. And just even the opportunity to meet here from different countries, different backgrounds, different approaches, and think together is already a positive sign. And this is one of the great things about the Global Forum. But it has to be, and here I refer to Ross, my senior, it has to be a type of Camusian optimism, where Albert Camus says, you know, the myth of Sisyphus, who's condemned to carry a rock up to the mountain and then the rock rolls back down and he carries it up. He says, I imagine Sisyphus happy. And this is why, this is where we have to be. We have to be tragic optimists, but we should never give up. Thank you.
How do you stop a philosopher? Okay, we said we would give you food for thought to leave on, and I think we have done that. I'm going to do some, like we heard about adaptive governance, I'm going to do adaptive chairing, and I'm going to also be kind to the panelists and not have questions, because we've got 3 minutes left, and I think once we start, we're not going to stop. So you can catch them if they're not leaving straight away after for a discussion. And I'm just going to transition very quickly into the last segment, which is the presentation of awards and the announcement about next year's meeting. So I'd like to call Anna Palmero up to the stage. You can step up, you can go, you can step right. Okay. Yeah, you're doing the announcement and I'm doing the thanks. Okay. Is that correct?
Let me see here the name.
You know who it is? I don't know who it is.
Yes, I have the results. I have the results here. So, the best main thematics awards goes to Gabriel Samuel, reframing research ethics frameworks to include environmental sustainability. It's real. Okay. Congratulations. And now the best Pecha Kucha is for Malimba Swana, Future Nanomedicines, building a regulatory framework for the first in human nanostorm cancer clinical trial.
Okay, so 2 things left. I'll hold you in anticipation about next year's until last. I'm just going to do a list of thanks. Organising this meeting has been an interesting experience. I've been doing it for a few years, but this has been a perfect post-COVID storm, even though COVID's not over. But yeah, and I know some of you have had some issues with travel. I can apologise for that. We did everything within our control well, we didn't realise routes that used to exist to Cape Town no longer exists, which is why all our Latin American friends have had very long travel. So, yeah, it's been a long, arduous process. It's also been enjoyable because the people you get to work with to put this together. So my first thanks would have to go to the steering and planning committee members. Just stand up. Go on, just stand up. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah. Thank you all. An enormous amount of effort really goes into it, so thanks. And then I should really do the funders last for a reason you'll understand soon, but I'm going to do them next, and they're critically important because none of us would be standing here without them. And when we reignited this in 2014, it was quite difficult to get funding for this concept. People still, why do you have to come and talk for so long? And why do you? And so for their faith and confidence in the vision, I think we do have to applaud the funders for hanging in there when a lot of our outputs are soft outputs, they're the soft skills, they're the building the relationships, they're the really hard things to quantify, but for me they're the most important things. So I think we should thank our funders for that, and they are the National Institutes of Health in the US, the UK MRC, Wellcome, and the South African MRC, and I just again want to reiterate how much in our perfect storm the South African MRC have gone above and beyond to help us. So Naresh, Arlene, Mandy and Denise, the team there, can't thank you enough. Lauren, is she in the room from Wellcome, has also really helped out with logistics. I'd like to thank the AV people and obviously the hotel. It's gone incredibly smoothly from that end, which is always nice. But my biggest personal thanks, as I said, this has been a tough time organising. It's been a tough time for Adrienne herself, personally. Yeah, she's just an amazing individual to work with. And super dedicated. So just a debt of gratitude to you, you know, for really putting in the hard graft and hanging in there over some really tough times. And yeah, it's been a bit of a learning curve for both of us. So a big thank you. And I know you've only got hand luggage, so I don't have the South African wine, but we can fix you up in France. Right, so have I forgotten anyone? No. Brilliant. Oh, my colleagues at WHO. Yes, my colleagues at WHO. I have forgotten anyone. So Hannah, who some of you would have received emails, is fantastic, and Selma and Andreas, the co-unit head with me. So a big thanks to them. Now I can get to the announcement of next year's meeting. So it's either going to be in a hot or a cold country. So in other words, we're making the final decision on the venue, trying to be as smart as we possibly can on the back of this experience to learn sort of logistics. So, but I can guarantee it will be hot or it will be cold. So that's the first bit. The second bit is we do have a topic. And why I said that we should go to the funders last is it's actually on the ethics of research priority setting. So that's next year's, I think I've got it right, haven't I? Yes, I'm just checking. Yeah, so that's next year's GFO, and hopefully we will see many of the faces here in this room. So just a big thank you to all. I don't think there's anyone that's not walking out of here having learned, made new connections, new friendships, but it involves your participation and your hard, arduous travel journeys. So whilst you're still feeling happy, I'm going to thank you, and then remember this moment when you're on your trip home. But a big thank you to everyone. Thanks. Well, we do. Okay. Done. My phone's gone off. What's the time? And Swiss timing, you've got 9 minutes spare.